Before we begin tonight, imagine a shore. Not a warm shore, not a beach of white sand and gentle water, a Norse shore, dark rock, wet with spray, the sea beyond it grey and enormous and completely indifferent to the small figures moving at its edge. The sky above is the colour of old iron. The wind carries salt and the smell of pine resin from the forest behind. And there, at the water's edge, resting on timber rollers, is a ship. Long and low and narrow, its hull the colour of dark oak, its single mast bare, its dragon prow looking out across the water with an expression that is not quite animal and not quite human, but something older than either. The ship is perhaps 30 meters long. It draws barely a meter of water. It was built to cross oceans, around it moving with the quiet purpose of people who know exactly what they are doing, are its crew. They are not the figures of popular imagination. They are farmers, traders, craftsmen, fathers of children who are watching from the tree line, standing with their mothers in the cold morning air. Men who know how to read weather and water and the flight of birds. Men who carry in their memories the accumulated navigational knowledge of a dozen generations. Men who are, in the specific light of this particular morning, about to do something almost no one else in the world in this year could do. They're going to cross the open ocean. They're going to find land that most of the world doesn't know exists. They are Vikings, and almost everything you think you know about them is wrong. Welcome to Dreamy Night Facts, the gentle learning channel. This is your quiet place, a space set apart from the noise and movement of the day, designed only for rest, for stillness, for the soft drift towards sleep. Tonight, we are traveling north, to a world of dark fjords and deep forests, and winter nights so long they became the raw material of the most extraordinary mythology any people ever created. To a civilization of extraordinary sophistication that the rest of history has almost entirely misunderstood. If you enjoyed tonight's journey, please consider giving it a like. It helps more people find their way here. And if this kind of gentle content is what you need at the end of the day, subscribe and ring the bell. New sleep stories arrive regularly whenever you need them. Now, let everything else go. The North is waiting. Before we begin to travel, let us simply be still for a moment. Let your body settle wherever it is resting. Feel the weight of it, the heaviness of your limbs, the soft pressure of the surface beneath you. There is nothing you need to adjust, nothing you need to fix. You're already exactly where you need to be. Take a slow breath in. Feel your chest and your belly rise gently with it, and breathe out slowly, letting the breath leave in its own time. Not pushed, not hurried, just released. Again, in, filling yourself gently. The way a dark northern sea fills with the first grey light of a winter dawn, slowly from the horizon inward, the darkness retreating without haste, and out, the tension in your shoulders softening, your jaw loosening, the muscles around your eyes releasing. Once more, in and out. Good. With each breath now, let the weight of the day begin to settle downward, like silt drifting slowly to the floor of a deep fjord. The thoughts, the plans, the small unfinished things, let them drift down gently out of reach. Not gone, just resting. You are safe here. You are warm, and in a few moments, you will be somewhere extraordinarily beautiful. Close your eyes now, if you haven't already, and let us begin to understand the Vikings. You must first understand where they came from, not as a matter of geography alone, though geography matters enormously here, shapes everything here, in ways more fundamental than almost anywhere else on Earth, but as a matter of imagination, of what it does to a people to live their entire lives at the edge of the known world, with the vast dark ocean before them and the vast dark forest behind, and the sky above them doing things that the sky in warmer latitudes simply doesn't do. Scandinavia, the long peninsula that reaches down from the Arctic into the North Sea, flanked by the Baltic to the east and the Norwegian Sea to the west, broken on its Atlantic coast into thousands of deep, narrow inlets, the fjords, carved by glaciers, so ancient that the landscape they left behind still feels somehow primordial, still feels like something that was made before the world had quite decided what it wanted to be. The fjords are extraordinary. They cut inland from the sea for distances of up to 200 kilometers, their walls rising almost vertically from black water to heights of over 1,000 meters, their surfaces so still on calm days that the reflection of the cliffs above is indistinguishable from the cliffs themselves. In summer, they are green, every available surface covered with the specific vivid green of a northern summer, compressed into 3 intense months of long days and longer evenings. In winter they are something else entirely. The walls dark and snow-streaked, the water black, the sky above the narrow slot of the fjord mouth moving through colors that have no names in most languages, the specific grey-violet of a Norse winter dawn, the extraordinary green of the aurora shifting above the mountains in the absolute dark of a January night. The Norse word for this kind of beauty, for something that was beautiful and wild and slightly frightening simultaneously, was a word they used for the landscape itself. They didn't have a word for it that separated the beautiful from the overwhelming. Because in the north, those things were the same thing. 80% of Scandinavia was, and still is, unsuitable for farming. The mountains too steep, the soil too thin, the growing season too short. The arable land was concentrated in the valleys and along the coasts, in strips and pockets of relative fertility that could support a family if worked with great care and considerable skill. This meant that the Norse people developed, from the earliest times, an intimate and practical relationship with the sea. The sea was not simply a boundary, it was a road. The fjords connected every settlement along the coast to every other settlement, the sea providing in the Norse world the same function that roads provided in Rome, a means of movement, of communication, of trade, of connection between communities that the mountains otherwise isolated from each other completely. A Norse farmer whose valley farm lay at the head of a fjord could, by boat, reach his neighbors in a fraction of the time it would take to travel overland. The Norse became, by necessity and then by choice, and eventually by something closer to instinct, the greatest sailors in the medieval world. Not the greatest in terms of the largest ships or the most sophisticated navigational instruments. The Chinese and the Arabs had both of those. But the greatest in terms of seamanship itself, in terms of the ability to read weather and water, to manage a small vessel in conditions that would have sent larger, more rigid ships to the bottom, to navigate by observation and knowledge and the accumulated wisdom of generations across stretches of open ocean that no other medieval sailors would willingly enter. The Norse sailed north to the Arctic, south to the Mediterranean, east through Russia to Constantinople and Baghdad, west to Iceland, Greenland, and the coast of North America. All of this from a peninsula at the edge of the world. All of this because the mountains made the land too small and the sea made everywhere else reachable. The forest was the other great presence. Behind the coastal settlements, climbing the lower slopes of the mountains and filling the valleys and plateaus of the interior, the boreal forest stretched northward into distances that defied measurement. Pine and birch and spruce, the trees growing so densely that in midsummer the forest floor received almost no direct light, only a green dimness in which the only sounds were the wind in the canopy above and the occasional call of a bird and the sound of your own footsteps on the deep carpet of needles. The Norse lived at the edge of this forest and harvested from it timber for their ships and their buildings, game for their tables, firewood for the winters that lasted from October to April and brought darkness so complete that in the far north the sun didn't rise at all for months. The darkness of the Norse winter is something that needs to be understood in order to understand Norse culture, not experienced. Understanding is enough. The understanding that a people who spent 4 to 6 months of each year in near total darkness gathered around fires in longhouses while the wind drove snow against the walls outside would develop a relationship with stories and with the imagination that was fundamentally different from the relationship developed by people who lived in milder climates. Stories were not entertainment in the Norse winter. They were survival. They were warmth. They were the thing that kept the darkness outside where it belonged. They were the mechanism by which a community held itself together through the long months when there was nothing to do but wait for the light to return. And the stories the Norse told in those longhouses, in that darkness, in that specific quality of northern winter that had no equivalent anywhere further south, were the most extraordinary stories ever told by any people, anywhere. Who the Vikings actually were. The word Viking is not a word for a people. This is the first and most important thing to understand, and it changes everything that follows. The Norse people did not call themselves Vikings. The word Viking from the old Norse Viking, referred to an activity, not an ethnicity. To go Viking was to go raiding, to go on a voyage of acquisition. A Viking was someone engaged in that specific activity, in the same way that a farmer was someone engaged in farming. When the raiding season was over, the Viking came home and became, once again, a farmer or a trader or a craftsman or a poet. The people we call Vikings were Norsemen, the people of the north, speakers of Old Norse, inhabitants of what is now Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and the Norse settlements of Iceland and Greenland. They were a people, not a profession, and the vast majority of them spent the vast majority of their lives doing nothing that anyone would recognize as Viking activity. They farmed. The typical Norse household was a farm, a cluster of buildings in a valley or on a coastal strip, centered on the longhouse, surrounded by fields of barley and rye and oats, with cattle and sheep and pigs and horses. The farm was the basic unit of Norse society, the foundation on which everything else was built, and the farmer was its central figure. Not the warrior, not the raider, but the person who coaxed food from difficult soil in a short growing season and kept a family alive through a winter that lasted half the year. They traded. The Norse trading networks of the 8th, 9th, and 10th centuries were among the most extensive in the medieval world. Norse traders carried furs and amber and walrus ivory and timber from the north to markets in Britain and France and the Mediterranean. They brought back silver and silk and spices and wine. They established trading towns, Hedeby in Denmark, Birka in Sweden, Kaupang in Norway, that were, for their time, cosmopolitan centers of commerce where merchants from a dozen different cultures met and exchanged goods and ideas and, inevitably, languages. They crafted the metalwork of the Norse world, the brooches and arm rings and sword fittings produced by Norse craftsmen, was among the finest decorative metalwork produced anywhere in medieval Europe. The wood carving, the textile work, the shipbuilding, which was an art form as much as a craft. These were people of extraordinary skill and extraordinary aesthetic sensibility, whose work survives in museums around the world and still stops visitors in their tracks. They wrote. The Norse developed a runic alphabet and a literary tradition that produced the Eddas and the Sagas, a body of literature so sophisticated and so psychologically acute that it reads, even 1,000 years later, with a freshness and an immediacy that much of the literature produced by their more celebrated contemporaries cannot match. They governed themselves. The Norse political tradition was, by the standards of the medieval world, extraordinarily democratic. The thing, the assembly, gave ordinary free men a voice in the decisions that affected their lives. The law was public, recited aloud by the law speaker at the assembly, known and accessible to everyone, rather than the private possession of a literate elite. The horned helmet, the single most persistent image associated with the Vikings, is almost entirely fictional. No horned helmet has ever been found in a Viking Age context. The helmets the Norse actually wore were simple iron bowls practical and unadorned, sometimes with a nose guard of iron extending downward to protect the face. Functional, not theatrical. The image of the horned helmet was invented in the 19th century, largely by romantic artists and opera designers who found the historical reality insufficiently dramatic. It has almost nothing to do with the people who actually lived in Scandinavia between the 8th and 11th centuries. The real Vikings were more interesting than the myth. They were more complex, more varied, more human, more surprising. A people who could produce the most feared warriors in medieval Europe and the most sophisticated legal system in the medieval North, who could cross the open Atlantic in an open boat and write a poem of such psychological precision that it would not be out of place in a contemporary literary journal, who believed the world would end and built extraordinary things within it anyway. That is who the Vikings actually were. Viking clothing and appearance, the people behind the myth. The Norse were not the unwashed barbarians of popular imagination. This is perhaps the most surprising thing that the archaeological and historical evidence reveals about Viking Age Scandinavia, that a culture so associated in the popular mind with violence and grime was in fact a culture that cared deeply, sometimes lavishly, about personal appearance. The Arab diplomat Ahmad ibn Fadlan, whose account of his encounter with Norse traders on the Volga in 922 is the most vivid eyewitness description of the Norse world that survives, commented specifically on their appearance. He noted their extraordinary height. He noted that they were tattooed from fingernails to neck with dark blue-green patterns. And he noted, with a mixture of admiration and bafflement, that they combed their hair every morning without fail. The Norse bathed weekly. This was, by the standards of 9th and 10th century Europe, remarkably often. The Old Norse word for Saturday, Laugardaga, means washing day, the day set aside each week for the bath. While much of medieval Europe operated on the principle that frequent bathing was dangerous to health, the Norse maintained a regular washing practice that would have made them noticeably cleaner than most of their contemporaries. The comb was one of the most ubiquitous objects in the Norse archaeological record. Combs made from antler bone, carved with the interlaced animal designs of Norse decorative art, small enough to fit in a belt pouch worn and polished with constant use, appear in Norse graves across the entire range of the Norse world, from Norway to Iceland to Greenland to the graves of Norse settlers in Britain and Ireland. They appear in the graves of warriors and craftsmen and women of all social levels. A Norse person without a comb was, apparently, unthinkable. The clothing of the Norse world was far more sophisticated and far more colorful than most people imagine. Norse women wore a distinctive costume that is immediately recognizable from the surviving brooches that fastened it. A long linen underdress worn close to the body. Over this, a wool apron dress, 2 rectangular panels of fabric, one in front and one behind, held up at the shoulders by a pair of large, oval brooches connected by strings of beads. The brooches were the most visible and most expensive element of the costume. Cast in bronze or occasionally silver, their surfaces covered in the intricate interlaced designs of Norse metalwork, polished to a warm gleam. The beads strung between the brooches, amber from the Baltic, glass beads in vivid colors, occasionally silver pendants, were both decorative and communicative. The quality and quantity of the beads told an observer something immediate and legible about the status and wealth of the woman who wore them. The colors of Norse textiles were vivid by any standard. The Norse dyed their wool with plants that produced rich, lasting colors. Weld for yellow, wode for blue, madder for red, and combinations that produced orange and green, and the deep purple that was the most expensive color of all. The specific shade of red achieved with madder, a warm brick red, appears to have been particularly prized. Textile fragments from Norse archaeological contexts, their colors preserved by the anaerobic conditions of waterlogged soil, reveal a world of color that the grey stone and bare wood of museum reconstructions entirely fails to convey. The wealthy wore silk, imported along the Varangian routes from the Byzantine world and the Islamic Caliphate. Silk fragments appear in the most prestigious Norse graves, a testament to the reach of the Norse trading networks and the willingness of successful Norse men and women to spend their silver on the finest materials the medieval world could produce. A Norse chieftain attending the thing in a silk-trimmed tunic was making a statement about his connections and his prosperity that every person present could read immediately. Norsemen wore a tunic, knee-length, belted at the waist, over trousers that were either close-fitting or loose depending on the period and the region. Cloaks were fastened at the shoulder with a single brooch, the same interlaced bronze and silver work as the women's oval brooches, but in a different form. Shoes of leather, carefully made and well fitted, replaced the first sign of wear. The hair and beard of Norsemen were subjects of careful attention. The sagas described specific beard styles: the forked beard, the long beard, the carefully trimmed beard, with the same precision that modern accounts might describe a hairstyle. The hair was combed and sometimes braided. The specific style of a man's hair and beard communicated something about his identity and his status in ways that a Norse observer could read immediately. The complete picture is of a people who understood appearance as a form of communication. The quality of your brooches told people your wealth. The colors of your clothing told them your taste and your resources. The condition of your hair and beard told them how much time and attention you gave to your own presentation. And in a world without photographs or portraits, in which first impressions were formed entirely by what could be seen, the Norse invested in appearance with the same seriousness they invested in everything else. They looked extraordinary. The tall, fair, elaborately dressed figures who stepped off their longships onto the shores of Britain and Ireland and France were not the rough, anonymous mass of popular imagination. They were individuals, carefully presented, deliberately visible. The Norse gods. The Norse religious imagination was unlike any other in the ancient world, not because it was more elaborate. The Greek and Hindu mythologies were both more elaborate, not because its gods were more powerful. Most mythological traditions feature gods of comparable power, but because of a quality that is almost unique in the history of human religion. The Norse gods were mortal, not in the way that humans are mortal, subject to accident and illness and the slow erosion of age, but mortal in the sense that mattered most. Mortal in the sense that they would die, that the end was coming, and they knew it was coming, and they continued anyway, continued fighting and feasting and loving and quarreling and creating in full knowledge that there would be a final battle, a last day, a twilight of the gods from which there would be no return. This quality, this knowledge of inevitable ending combined with the choice to live fully anyway, ran through the entire Norse worldview like a thread of dark gold. And it began with the gods themselves. Odin, the All-Father, the chief of the Aesir, the primary family of Norse gods, ruler of Asgard, the realm of the divine. He sat on his throne Hlidskjalf, from which he could see all 9 worlds, attended by 2 ravens, Hugin thought, and Munin, memory, who flew out across the world each day and returned each evening to whisper what they had seen into his ears. He was a god of wisdom, of war, of poetry, of death. He was one-eyed. He had given his other eye to the well of Mimir in exchange for a drink of its waters, which contained all the wisdom of the universe. The sacrifice of his eye for knowledge was characteristic. Odin was the god of acquired wisdom, of hard-won understanding, of the price that truth always demands. He had hung from Yggdrasil, the world tree, for 9 days and 9 nights, wounded by his own spear, without food or water, a sacrifice of himself to himself in order to discover the runes. The most extraordinary origin story for an alphabet in any mythology. The god of wisdom, torturing himself with his own weapon in order to acquire the knowledge that would give his people the gift of writing. He did not send warriors to Valhalla because he valued war. He gathered warriors because he needed an army, because Ragnarok was coming, and he had seen it in the waters of the well, and he was building his forces for the final battle in full knowledge that it would not be enough, that the serpent would kill Thor, that the wolf would swallow him, that the 9 worlds would end in fire and flood, and he feasted with his warriors anyway, in the great hall of the slain, because what else was there to do but live fully in the face of what was coming? Thor, not the Odin figure of the Norse pantheon. That was always Odin, complex and terrible and wise. Thor was something different, something more, immediately below. The son of Odin and the earth goddess. Thor was the god of thunder and storms and the protection of humanity. He was enormous, red-bearded, immensely strong, possessed of an appetite for food and combat, that was essentially boundless. He drove across the sky in a chariot pulled by 2 goats, the wheels producing the sound of thunder, his hammer Mjolnir sending lightning down with each throw. But Thor was not primarily a god of warriors. He was the god of farmers and fishermen, of ordinary people living ordinary lives who needed protection from the chaos that always threatened at the edges of the ordered world. The giants, the serpents, the forces of destruction that Odin's diplomacy could sometimes manage, but Thor's hammer always solved more directly. The most popular amulet in the Norse world was not a warrior's symbol. It was a small Thor's hammer, Mjolnir pendant, worn by farmers and merchants and craftswomen and sailors. A prayer for protection. A reminder that the strongest god in the 9 worlds was on their side. This was the god that ordinary Norse people loved most, not the terrible, wise, one-eyed king of the gods, but the big, straightforward, endlessly reliable thunder god who would come when you needed him and hit whatever was threatening you with his hammer. Loki, the trickster, the shapeshifter, the most complicated figure in the Norse pantheon and one of the most complicated figures in any mythology. Loki was not evil, not at first, not simply. He was chaotic. He was the force of cleverness unconstrained by morality, of intelligence applied without wisdom. He helped the gods and harmed them in roughly equal measure, his assistance always coming with complications, his mischief always containing, somewhere in its aftermath, a solution that wouldn't have been needed without the problem he'd caused in the first place. He was a god of fire, not the destructive fire of Surt, the giant of the final battle, but the cleverer kind, the fire that cooks the food and forges the metal and burns away what is no longer needed, that is essential to life and dangerous if it gets away from you. He was also the father of 3 of the most important figures in Norse mythology. Fenrir the wolf, who would swallow Odin at Ragnarok, Jormungandr the Midgard serpent, who encircled the world and would kill Thor in the final battle, and Hel, who ruled the realm of the dead. The gods bound Loki in the end, chained him beneath a mountain with a serpent dripping venom onto his face, for a crime so terrible that the other gods could no longer tolerate his presence among them. His wife Sigyn caught the venom in a bowl and held it through the long centuries, spilling only when the bowl grew full and she had to turn away to empty it. In those moments, the venom burned Loki's face and he writhed, and the earth shook. And that, the Norse said, was where earthquakes came from. He is still chained there, waiting, because at Ragnarok, the bonds would break and Loki would sail to the final battle in a ship made of the fingernails and toenails of the dead, and the world would end. Freya, the most beloved of the Vanir, the second family of Norse gods, who had fought a war with the Aesir and then made peace and exchanged hostages, so that the 2 divine families lived now in an uneasy alliance. Freya was the goddess of love and fertility and beauty, and also of war and death, because in the Norse understanding these things were not opposites. The same force that drove love drove battle. The same fierce attachment to life that made love worth having made death worth mourning. She drove a chariot pulled by two large cats. She wore a cloak of falcon feathers that allowed her to fly. She wept tears of red gold when she thought of her husband Odd, who had disappeared long ago in circumstances that the myths never quite explain. She was also the goddess who taught Odin Cedar, the Norse magic that allowed its practitioner to perceive and influence fate. The most powerful form of Norse magic, and one associated primarily with women. Half of all warriors who died in battle went to Valhalla, Odin's hall. The other half went to Folkvanga, Freya's field. She chose first, and she took fully half. This tells you something important about the relative standing of Odin and Freya in the Norse religious imagination that the popular version of Norse mythology usually misses. The Norse relationship with animals, the living world. The Norse world was alive with animals, not simply as food or as labor, or as the raw material of tools and clothing, though they were all of those things, but as presences, as beings with their own qualities and their own significance, as windows into the forces that govern the world, as companions in the most complete sense, sharing not just the physical space of the Norse farm and the Norse voyage, but the spiritual and imaginative space of the Norse mind. The Shinto understanding of Japan, that everything had a spirit, that the natural world was inhabited by presences that deserved acknowledgement, had its Norse equivalent in a relationship with the animal world that was simultaneously practical and reverential, matter-of-fact and profound. Begin with the horse. No animal was more central to Norse life than the horse, and no animal carried more spiritual weight. The horse was the primary means of travel overland in a landscape where the fjords and the forest made most paths difficult. It was the status symbol of the wealthy. A good horse was one of the most valuable things a Norse person could own. It was the companion of the warrior, the helpmate of the farmer, the animal whose fate was most intimately connected to the fate of the family that kept it, and it was sacred. The horse was associated with Odin, his 8-legged horse Sleipnir, born from Loki's extraordinary encounter with the giant stallion, was the most extraordinary horse in the 9 worlds, capable of carrying its rider between the living world and the dead. The horse sacrifice, the blot in which a horse was killed and its blood sprinkled on the assembly and its meat eaten communally, was one of the most significant religious rituals in the Norse calendar, a gift to the gods that required the sacrifice of something genuinely valuable. The eating of horse meat was so associated with Norse paganism that when Iceland converted to Christianity in the year 1000, the one explicit concession made to the old ways was the permission to continue eating horse meat in private. The Christians of Iceland understood that you could not simply ask people to give up their horse. The horse was buried with its rider in Norse graves across the entire range of the culture, from Norway to Greenland to the Norse settlements of Britain. Horses appear as grave goods, killed and placed beside their owner so that the journey into death could be made with the same companion who had carried them through life. The Osseberg ship burial contained 15 horses. The Burka female warrior was buried with 2. This was not waste or extravagance. It was the expression of a belief that the relationship between a person and their horse did not end with death. The raven was Odin's bird. Hugin and Munin, thought and memory, flew out each day across the 9 worlds and returned to whisper what they had seen into the All-Father's ears. But the raven was also a practical presence in the Norse world. The bird that followed ships, the bird that gathered above battlefields, the bird whose behavior could tell a navigator something about the proximity of land. The Norse navigator who released a raven to find land was performing simultaneously a practical act and a mythological one, calling on Odin's own birds to guide the ship, placing the voyage under the protection of the god whose eyes were everywhere. The raven's association with death and battle. The kenning for a battlefield was the raven's feast, was not a negative association in the Norse mind. Death in battle was honored. The ravens that gathered above the fallen were doing sacred work, consuming what the gods had claimed, marking the site of the transition between the living world and the next. The wolf occupied a more complicated space. Fenrir. The great wolf, Loki's monstrous son, was the creature that would swallow Odin and Ragnarok, the embodiment of the chaos and destruction that the gods could contain but never entirely eliminate. The wolf was dangerous. The wolf was the creature of the wilderness beyond the farm, the darkness beyond the fire. The wolf was what happened when the bonds that held things together broke. And yet the wolf was also the companion of the warrior, the berserker who fought in the spirit of the wolf. The Ulfedna, the wolf-coated warriors who appear alongside the bear-coated berserkers in the sources, understood the wolf not as enemy but as the model of a particular kind of power, fierce, relentless, pack-minded, utterly committed. The wolf that was the terror of the farm was the inspiration of the warrior. This double quality, the wolf as threat and the wolf as model, expressed something true about the Norse relationship with the wild. The boundary between the human world and the wild was real and needed to be maintained. But the qualities that made the wild dangerous were also the qualities that made the warrior effective. The horse was tamed. The wolf was honored from a distance. The serpent wound through the entire Norse world. Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, encircled the world with his tail in his mouth, a symbol so ancient that it appeared in cultures across the globe. The Oberus, the serpent of infinity. The dragon, which in the Norse imagination was a serpent of exceptional size and power, guarded treasure, and represented the hoarding of what should be shared, the corruption of wealth into something that destroyed rather than sustained. The serpent on the prow of the Longship was simultaneously a protective spirit and a warning. the carved serpent heads of Norse metalwork, appearing on brooches and sword fittings and helmet crests, were not decorative choices but invocations of serpentine power, the quality of the serpent pressed into the service of human protection. The cat was Freya's animal. 2 great cats pulled her chariot across the sky, unnamed in the sources, simply Freya's cats, large and powerful and associated with the goddess of love and war and magic. The domestic cat, which arrived in Scandinavia from the Middle East via the trade routes, was understood in the Norse world as a creature of Freya's power, connected to the feminine, to the domestic, to the particular magic that operated in the household rather than on the battlefield. The bear was the most powerful animal in the Norse world, larger than any other predator in Scandinavia. The bear walked on 2 legs as well as 4, ate what humans ate, had hands that could grasp, had a face that could be interpreted as expressing emotion. The Norse understood the bear as something close to human, not human, but occupying a space near the boundary between the human world and the animal world that no other creature approached. The bear warrior, the berserker, in his bearskin, was claiming that nearness, drawing on the bear's power, crossing the boundary between human and animal in service of battle. The bear was also, in Norse mythology, associated with healing. The bear that emerged from its winter den in spring, thin, hungry, transformed, was a symbol of survival and renewal. The bear's fat was used medicinally. The bear's strength was invoked in healing rituals, death and healing, battle and renewal. The bear contained both. The animals of the Norse farm, the cattle, the sheep, the pigs, the chickens, the dogs, were not merely livestock. They were members of the household in a relationship of mutual dependency that the Norse understood clearly and acknowledged openly. The farm survived because the animal survived. The animal survived because the farm provided. This relationship was managed with great care and considerable affection. The dogs buried with their owners, the hunting dogs and the guard dogs, and the small companion dogs whose remains appear in Norse graves, were not placed there as servants or as objects. They were placed there as companions, as beings whose relationship with a specific human was understood to be real and lasting. The Norse world was a world in which the boundary between human and animal was permeable. The gods took animal forms, the warriors channeled animal spirits, the navigators read animal behavior to understand the world. The farmers lived in daily intimacy with animals whose well-being determined their own. To be Norse was to be embedded in the animal world in a way that modern life makes almost impossible to imagine. To look up at the ravens and see, not birds, but the eyes of the All-Father. To look at the wolf tracks in the snow, at the edge of the farm, and feel not simply danger, but the presence of something that deserved respect. To place your hand on the neck of your horse in the morning and understand that you were touching something sacred. The animals of the Norse world were not background. They were part of the story. They always had been. Yggdrasil, and the Nine Worlds. At the center of the Norse cosmos stood a tree, not a metaphorical tree, not a symbol, a tree, vast beyond imagining, its roots reaching into the deepest foundations of existence, its canopy covering all of the nine worlds that constituted the Norse universe. Yggdrasil, the world tree, an ash tree, though one that bore no resemblance to any ash tree that grew in the forests of Scandinavia. Its branches extended above the clouds of Asgard, touching the rim of the sky. Its three roots reached respectively into Asgard, the realm of the gods, into Jotunheim, the realm of the giants, and into Hel, the realm of the dead. And from each root, a well. At the root in Asgard, the well of Urd, where the Norns lived and worked. Three women, Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld, whose names meant roughly what was, what is becoming, and what shall be, who sat at the base of the world tree and wove the fates of gods and humans alike. They carved the fates in runes on the trunk of Yggdrasil. They watered the tree with the water from the well and covered its roots with the white clay from the well's edge to keep it alive and green. Nothing was outside their weaving. Not even Odin. Not even the gods themselves. At the root in Jotunheim, the well of Mimir, the well of wisdom, whose waters contained all knowledge of the past, present, and future. It was to this well that Odin had come and sacrificed his eye, drinking deeply and learning what the price of knowledge always was. At the root in Hel, the spring Hvergelmir, from which flowed the rivers that watered the entire Norse cosmos. The tree itself was alive with inhabitants. At his crown, an eagle, ancient, wise, unnamed, who sat and surveyed all of creation. Between the eagle's eyes sat a hawk named Vedrafolnir, who missed nothing. At its roots, the serpent Nidhogg, who gnawed continuously at the roots of the world tree. Not because he was evil exactly, though he was malevolent, but because destruction and creation were part of the same cycle in the Norse imagination, and something had to do the gnawing. Between the eagle and the serpent ran the squirrel Ratatoska, whose name meant roughly drill tooth, carrying messages between them. The messages were always insults. The squirrel was the agent of discord between the forces of above and below, a small furry embodiment of the mischief that existed at every level of the Norse cosmos. On the branches lived 4 stags who ate the new growth of the tree as fast as it appeared, keeping it from becoming too large. Serpents gnawed the lower branches. Goats ate the foliage, and from their udders flowed mead that fed the warriors of Valhalla. The tree was constantly being damaged, constantly being renewed, in a state of perpetual creative destruction that was entirely deliberate in the Norse cosmological imagination, because a cosmos that was static was a cosmos that was dying, and the Norse understood instinctively that life required constant struggle against entropy. The 9 worlds arranged within and around the tree were Asgard, the realm of the Aesir gods, connected to Midgard by the rainbow, bridge Bifrost, guarded by the god Heimdall, who required less sleep than a bird and could hear the sound of grass growing. Midgard, Middle-earth, the realm of humans, encircled by the Midgard serpent Jormungandr, who lay in the ocean surrounding the world with his tail in his mouth. Vanaheim, realm of the Vanir gods. Alfheim, realm of the light elves. Nidavellir, realm of the dwarves, master craftsmen who had made Odin's spear Gungnir, Thor's hammer Mjolnir, Freya's necklace Brisingamen, and a ship that could be folded small enough to fit in a pocket, but when unfolded could carry all the gods. Svartalfheim, realm of the dark elves. Jotunheim, realm of the giants. The Jotnar, who were not simply large but embodied the forces of chaos and nature that the gods were perpetually struggling to contain. Niflheim, the realm of primordial ice and cold, the oldest of the worlds. And Hel, the realm of the dead who had not died in battle, ruled by the goddess Hel, whose body was half living flesh and half the cold blue-grey of a corpse, and who governed her realm with a seriousness and a fairness that the myths respected even if they didn't celebrate. This was the Norse universe, not a simple hierarchy of heaven above and hell below. A complex, living, interconnected web of 9 distinct worlds, all suspended from and connected through a single tree that was being simultaneously nourished and destroyed at every moment of its existence. It was the most sophisticated cosmological imagination of any medieval European culture, and it was the imagination of people who had looked to the world around them, the fjords, the forests, the endless grey ocean, the aurora borealis burning above the mountains in the winter dark, and created from what they saw a picture of the entire universe. The runes, the living alphabet. In the beginning, there were no runes. And then Odin hung himself from Yggdrasil. He hung for 9 days and 9 nights, wounded by his own spear, without food or water, without anyone to help him. A sacrifice of himself to himself, offered to no god because he was the god, offered to the tree itself, to the mystery that the tree represented. On the 9th night, at the edge of death, he looked down, and the runes appeared. He seized them, screaming, according to the poem, with the effort of grasping something that existed at the boundary between life and death, between knowledge and the price of knowledge. And then he fell from the tree, alive, in possession of the most powerful tools in the Norse world, the runic alphabet, the Elder Futhark, named for its first 6 characters, was not simply a writing system. Every other ancient alphabet was merely a writing system. The runes were something more. Each rune was a living symbol. Each carried a name: Fehu, Uruz, Thurisaz, and with the name came a meaning that went beyond the phonetic. Fehu was the rune of cattle and wealth and luck. Uruz was the rune of the wild Aurochs, of strength and health and untamed power. The Risas was the rune of the giant, of the thorn, of dangerous force that could be directed but never fully controlled. To carve a rune was not to write a letter, it was to invoke the quality the rune represented. To cut fehu into the wood of a ship was to ask for luck and prosperity on the voyage. To carve algis on a sword was to call on its protective power. To inscribe tiwaz was to invoke the god Tyr, the one-handed god of justice, to ensure that what was being committed to would be honored. The runic inscription was a prayer made permanent, a spell cast in wood or stone or metal that would continue working for as long as the object endured. The runestones of Scandinavia are the most extraordinary open-air museum in the world. Over 6,000 of them survive scattered across Sweden and Norway and Denmark and the Norse settlements beyond. Great slabs of granite or gneiss or sandstone, their surfaces carved with runic inscriptions and often with the sinuous interlocking animal designs of Norse art, sometimes painted in vivid colors that have faded over the centuries, but can still be detected in the stone. Most were raised in memory of the dead, not in graveyards. The Norse raised their memorial stones in the landscape, where people would pass them and read them and speak the names of the dead aloud. Because in the Norse understanding, to be remembered was to be kept alive. A person whose name was spoken, whose deeds were recorded in stone, that would outlast any human life, was not entirely gone. They existed in the memory of those who read the stone and said the name. This was the rune's deepest power. Not magic in the supernatural sense, or not only that, but the human magic of preservation, of taking the most temporary thing, a human life, and finding a way to make some part of it last. The inscription on the rockstone in Sweden, raised in the 9th century, is the longest runic inscription ever found. Over 700 runes carved on every face of an enormous slab of stone. A father's memorial to his dead son. It contains references to Norse mythology and a heroic legend that scholars are still debating the meaning of. A man who lost his son and responded by carving the most ambitious inscription in the history of his culture. Grief made permanent in stone. The runes were also used in everyday life, carved into everyday objects, used to mark ownership, to record transactions, to send messages. A carved stick might carry a short personal message. A piece of wood inscribed with the owner's runes served as a maker's mark. The runes were not reserved for the sacred. They belonged to everyone who could use them. And the Norse knew that they came from the greatest sacrifice ever made. That every time a rune was carved, it carried within it the memory of the god who had hung in darkness for 9 days to bring it into the world. The Longship and the Nar. The Norse built 2 kinds of ship. This distinction is crucial, and almost every popular account of the Vikings misses it entirely. The Longship, the Draka, the dragon ship, was a warship. Long, narrow, extraordinarily fast, designed to move men quickly across open water and deliver them to a beach or a riverbank with maximum speed and minimum warning. It was the vessel of the raid, the vessel of war, the vessel that the monasteries of Britain and Ireland and France learned to dread. It was also not the vessel in which the Norse crossed the Atlantic. That was the Nar. The Nar was shorter and broader and deeper than the Longship, built to carry cargo rather than warriors, designed not for speed but for capacity and seaworthiness in the open ocean conditions of the North Atlantic. It was a merchant vessel, a working ship, the vessel in which the Norse transported the goods that made their trading networks viable and the supplies that made their Atlantic settlements possible. Both vessels shared the fundamental innovation that made Norse shipbuilding unlike anything else in the medieval world: the clinker-built hull. In clinker construction, also called lapstrake, the hull planks overlapped each other like the scales of a fish or the clapboard of a house, each plank fixed to the one below with iron rivets along the overlap. This produced a hull that was not rigid but flexible, that could bend and twist in response to the forces of the ocean without breaking, that distributed stress across the entire structure, rather than concentrating it at any single point. A clinker-built ship in open ocean conditions behaved less like a rigid box and more like a living thing, responding to the movement of the water, flexing with it, absorbing shocks that would have cracked or staved a more rigidly constructed hull. The planks were cut from oak, specifically split radially from the log, following the grain of the wood, producing planks that were both stronger and more flexible than sawn timber. The Norse shipwright understood the structure of wood at an intuitive level, understanding how to work with the grain rather than against it, producing planks of extraordinary quality from timber that a less skilled builder might have discarded. The hull was then made waterproof with a mixture of tar and animal hair packed into the seams, a process that required regular maintenance, but produced a hull that was essentially watertight even in the brutal conditions of the North Atlantic. The Longship's design was optimized in every dimension. It drew barely a meter of water fully loaded, shallow enough to beach directly on a shore without needing a port, shallow enough to navigate rivers that no deep-drafted vessel could enter. Its hull was reversible. It could be rowed in either direction without turning, an important advantage in confined waters. Its weight was low enough that a crew could physically drag it overland between river systems, portaging across the watersheds of Russia to connect the Baltic to the Black Sea and the Caspian. The single square sail, rigged from a yard that could be braced at an angle to the wind, allowed it to sail not just downwind but across the wind, giving it a versatility that most medieval square-rigged vessels couldn't match. In favorable conditions, it could reach speeds of 15 knots, faster than most sailing vessels of any era in comparable conditions. The dragon prow, the carved head of a serpent or a dragon that gave the Drakkar its name, was not merely decorative. It was a spiritual protection, a claim of power, a statement of intention. The Norse believed the ship itself was alive, or could be made alive. And the prow figure was both the face of that life and its guardian. When approaching a friendly shore, the Norse sometimes removed the prow figure, not from any sense of diffidence, but because a living prow arriving at a coast might frighten the local land spirits, the landvættir, who needed to be kept favorable. The dragon face went on and off according to the circumstances. Peace or war, trade or raid. The prow figure announced your intentions before anyone on shore could read them any other way. The Nar, by contrast, had no such drama. It was a working ship, beamier, higher-sided, with a larger hold for cargo, less beautiful perhaps than the Longship, in the way that a working horse is less beautiful than a thoroughbred, but magnificent in its own way, in its absolute fitness for purpose, in the extraordinary fact that such a vessel, crewed by perhaps a dozen people, crossed the North Atlantic repeatedly, from Norway to Iceland, from Iceland to Greenland, from Greenland to the coast of North America, navigating thousands of miles of open ocean without any of the navigational instruments that later generations would consider the absolute minimum for such a voyage. The Nar was the ship that actually changed the world. The Longship raided monasteries. The Nar found continents. Navigation, reading the ocean. Consider what it means to navigate the open North Atlantic in the 9th century. No compass. The compass would not reach Scandinavia for another 300 years. No sextant, no chronometer, no charts of any accuracy, no satellite, no radio, no weather forecast beyond what you could read in the sky and the water and the behavior of the birds above you. You are in a wooden vessel, perhaps 16 meters long, somewhere in the grey immensity of the North Atlantic Ocean. The sky is overcast, has been overcast for 3 days. You cannot see the sun. You cannot see the stars. You have left Iceland 2 weeks ago, heading west. You believe, on the basis of information passed to you by a man who had heard it from a man who had sailed this way before, that there is a land somewhere ahead. This was what Norse navigation looked like, and they made it work. The Norse navigational system was not based on the instruments, but on knowledge, an extraordinary body of accumulated empirical observation, built up over generations of experience and transmitted through exactly the kind of stories that were told in the longhouses, through the long winter nights. The sun was the primary reference point. When the sun was visible, and in the North Atlantic, it was visible often enough to be useful. The Norse used a bearing dial, a simple wooden disc with a gnomon at the center that cast a shadow. By observing the shadow at known times of day, a navigator could determine the altitude of the sun and therefore the latitude. This was not precise by modern standards. It was precise enough to get you to Iceland. When the sun was not visible, they used the sunstone. The sunstone, Solarstein, was a crystal of Iceland's spar. a form of calcite with extraordinary optical properties. When held up to an overcast sky and rotated, it produced a distinctive pattern of polarized light that indicated the direction of the sun even through complete cloud cover. The physics of this was not understood by the Norse. They knew only that the stone worked, that it had always worked, that the navigator who could read it correctly could always find the sun. The existence of the sunstone was considered uncertain by historians for a long time. Mentioned in the sagas, but unconfirmed by archaeology. Then, in 2013, a crystal of Iceland's spar was found in the wreck of an Elizabethan ship off the coast of Alderney. The navigational use of Iceland's spar was confirmed. The sagas had been telling the truth. The stars were used when visible. The Norse navigator knew the night sky with the same intimate familiarity that a farmer knew his own land, every star, every constellation, its position at every time of year. The North Star, Polaris, was the fixed point around which the sky rotated always north, its altitude above the horizon a direct measure of latitude. The navigator who knew his latitude could sail east or west along the same line of latitude until he hit land. This was, in its essentials, the technique used to cross the North Atlantic. Sail north to the correct latitude, the latitude of Iceland, or of Greenland, or of Vinland, and then sail west until land appeared. Simple in conception, extraordinary in execution. Because the North Atlantic does not reward simple navigation with simple weather. It rewards it with storms that came up in hours and lasted days, with fog so dense you couldn't see the bow from the stern, with currents that pushed you off course faster than you could compensate, with seas that made the word enormous feel insufficient. The Norse also read the ocean itself. The color of the water changed with depth and with the proximity of land, the specific gray-green of deep ocean giving way to a different quality of blue-green as the bottom shallowed. The temperature changed, the smell changed, the specific mineral smell of deep water giving way to something earthier, greener as you approached the coast. The birds were guides. Different species ranged different distances from land. The presence of certain birds told you that land was close, within a day's sailing, within a few hours. The Norse carried ravens on board for exactly this purpose, releasing them when they suspected land was near. If the raven flew in a direction and kept flying, land lay that way. If it circled and returned to the ship, there was no land within its range of flight. This was the navigation that brought Leif Erikson to the coast of North America. Not instruments, not charts, not technology, knowledge, memory, attention. The willingness to sail into the unknown in possession of nothing but the accumulated wisdom of every sailor who had come before, the raid and the reality. On the 8th of June, 793, something happened on the island of Lindisfarne, off the northeast coast of England, that changed the history of the medieval world. Norse raiders came ashore from Longships and attacked the monastery of Lindisfarne. one of the most important centers of Christian learning in Britain, home to the Lindisfarne Gospels, a community of monks whose scholarship and art had made the island famous across the Christian world. The raid was swift and devastating. The church was looted, some monks were killed, others taken for slaves. The monastery's treasures, accumulated over a century of donation and craft, were carried back to the Longships and gone. The shock in the Christian world was enormous. A contemporary scholar, Alcuin of York, wrote that never before had such terror appeared as this, that the pagans had desecrated the house of God, that it was a portent of unimaginable catastrophe. He was not wrong that it was a portent. What followed, the next 2.5 centuries of Norse activity across Europe, transformed the continent. But the reality of Viking raiding was considerably more complicated than the image of random, senseless violence that Alcuin's letter helped create, and the popular culture has enthusiastically maintained ever since. The raids were economically rational. The Norse world of the late 8th century was experiencing population pressure. More people than the available farmland could comfortably support. More young men than there were farms to inherit. The monasteries of Britain and Ireland and France were repositories of extraordinary wealth, silver plate, jewelry, illuminated manuscripts bound in gem-encrusted covers, wealth that was concentrated, visible and guarded by men who had committed themselves to non-violence. The first raiders were not warlords pursuing conquest. They were young men in boats making a rational calculation about risk and reward. The monasteries were wealthy and undefended. The sea provided both the approach route and the escape route. The raids were essentially a form of opportunistic commerce carried out with violence. This is not a justification. It is an explanation. The raids evolved. What began as sporadic, opportunistic attacks became, over the following decades, more organized and more ambitious. The Norse established winter camps in Ireland and Britain, allowing year-round raiding rather than seasonal expeditions. Large Danish armies, the Great Heathen Army, invaded England in 865 and spent years systematically conquering the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of the north and east. But it is crucial to understand what the raids were not. They were not the primary activity of the Norse world. For every raid, there were 100 trading voyages. For every monastery looted, there were dozens of markets attended, hundreds of peaceful transactions completed, thousands of miles of ocean crossed for purely commercial purposes. The Norse who raided Lindisfarne were the same people who traded in the markets of Hedeby and Birka and Jorvik. The violence was real. It was also a small fraction of what the Norse actually did. The Norse themselves distinguished between trading and raiding as distinct activities, different voyages, different preparations, different social expectations. A trader arriving at a port flew a shield on his mast to signal peaceful intentions. A raider approached by stealth, beached suddenly struck fast and was gone before any organized response could form. The reputation for violence was, in one sense, a deliberate creation. A Norse warrior whose reputation was sufficiently terrifying could sometimes achieve without fighting what others had to fight to achieve. The saga literature is full of moments where the mere arrival of a Norse fleet was enough to produce the submission or the payment that the leader wanted without a single blow being struck. Reputation was a weapon, and the Norse understood how to use it. The reality of Norse violence was also more contextual than the popular image suggests. The Norse raided each other. Norse chieftains fought each other with the same ferocity they brought to their raids on foreign coasts. Violence was a tool of politics within Scandinavia as much as it was directed outward. The Norse were not uniquely violent people in a peaceful medieval world. They were violent people in a violent world who happened to be exceptionally good at a particular kind of seaborne violence that made them visible and memorable to the cultures they interacted with. The monks who wrote the chronicles had every reason to emphasize the horror. The Norse traders who visited the same monasteries a generation later left no chronicles. The traders and the Silk Road connection. In the year 922, an Arab diplomat named Ahmad ibn Fadlan was sent by the Caliph of Baghdad on a diplomatic mission to the king of the Volga Bulgars, a people who lived on the great bend of the Volga River in what is now Russia. On his journey, he encountered a group of Norse traders camped on the riverbank, merchants who had traveled from Scandinavia down through the river systems of what is now Russia to trade at the markets of the Volga. He wrote about them in extraordinary detail. Their physical appearance, tall, fair, tattooed from fingernails to neck with dark blue-green patterns of trees and figures. Their customs, the daily washing ritual that Ibn Fadlan found simultaneously impressive and revolting, performed communally in a shared bowl of water. Their funeral practices, which he was fortunate enough to witness in full detail. The account of the ship burial he observed is the most vivid eyewitness description of a Viking ceremony that survives. He found them simultaneously impressive and appalling, fascinating and alien. They found him, presumably, equally exotic. This encounter on the banks of the Volga in 922 was not exceptional. It was typical. For over 2 centuries, Norse traders had been traveling in the river systems of Russia and Ukraine, connecting the Baltic world to the markets of Constantinople and the Islamic Caliphate. The routes were called the Varangian routes, from the Norse word for a man bound by oath, which was what the Norse traders called themselves in the East. They carried furs, the extraordinary furs of the northern forests, sable and ermine and beaver, luxury goods that commanded extraordinary prices in the markets of Constantinople and Baghdad. They carried amber, the fossilized tree resin of the Baltic coast, pale gold and honey brown, prized for jewelry and for its supposed magical properties. They carried walrus ivory from the Arctic, a substitute for elephant ivory in a world where elephant ivory was increasingly scarce. They carried slaves, one of the most uncomfortable aspects of Norse commercial activity, and one that connected them to the broader medieval trade in human beings that operated across the entire known world. In return, they brought back silver, enormous quantities of silver, Arabic silver dirhams. The coins of the Islamic Caliphate have been found in Norse hoards across Scandinavia in quantities that tell a story of commercial activity on an extraordinary scale. More Arabic silver coins have been found in Scandinavia than anywhere else in the medieval world, except the Islamic territories themselves. The Norse were not peripheral to the global economy of the 9th and 10th centuries. They were deeply embedded in it. They reached Constantinople, the great city at the junction of Europe and Asia, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, the richest and most sophisticated city in the medieval world. And they were astonished by it. The Norse word for Constantinople was Miklagard, the great city, and great it was by any standard they could bring to bear. A city of perhaps 500,000 people, when most Norse settlements numbered in the hundreds. A city of palaces and churches of such extraordinary elaboration that the Norse who saw them struggled to find language adequate to describe them. The story is told in the primary chronicle of Rus, that Vladimir of Kiev sent envoys to investigate the religions of his neighbors, and that his envoys who visited Constantinople's great church of Hagia Sophia reported that they did not know whether they were in heaven or on earth, because such beauty could not exist anywhere else. The Varangian Guard, the Norse found their way into the very heart of the Byzantine world. The emperors of Constantinople, recognizing the extraordinary military capability of the Norse warriors, recruited them as personal bodyguards. The Varangian Guard, an elite unit of Norse and later Anglo-Saxon warriors who served as the emperor's own regiment. The most famous member of the Varangian Guard was Harald Hardrada, Harold the Hard Ruler, who served in Constantinople before returning to Norway to claim the throne, and who died at the Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066, just weeks before the Norman conquest of England that marked, in many ways, the end of the Viking Age. The Norse graffiti is still visible at Hagia Sophia today, carved into the marble balustrades of the upper gallery, the runic inscriptions left by Varangian guardsmen who visited the great church. The names of men, Halfdan, Ari, carved into the marble of one of the most sacred buildings in the Byzantine world by warriors who had come from the other end of the known world and found themselves somehow in the middle of it. The mead hall and the feast. At the center of every Norse community stood the longhouse, and at the center of the longhouse, every evening, stood the fire. Not a fireplace in any modern sense, not something contained and controlled at the room's edge. A long fire pit running down the center of the building, its smoke rising to the high ceiling and drifting out through openings in the thatch above, its light the primary illumination of the entire space, its warmth the thing that stood between the people gathered around it and the Norse winter waiting outside. The longhouse was not simply a home. It was the social universe of the Norse community, the place where everything happened, where everyone gathered, where the bonds that held a community together were renewed each evening through the shared experience of warmth and food and story and song. The great longhouses of the Norse chiefs, the mead halls, were on a larger scale than the ordinary farmhouse longhouse, but built on the same principle. A single great room, its walls lined with raised benches that served as seats by day and sleeping places by night, its center dominated by the fire, its high rafters hung with weapons and shields and the antlers of hunted animals. The most famous mead hall in literature is Heorot, the hall of the Danish king Hrothgar in the poem Beowulf, the greatest work of Old English literature and one deeply saturated with Norse culture. Heorot was described as the most magnificent of halls, its light visible from a great distance, its feasting audible to the monster Grendel, who lived in the darkness beyond its warmth and hated the joy within it. This image, light and warmth and fellowship against the darkness and cold outside, was the fundamental image of Norse social life, and the feast was the ritual that enacted it. Mead was the drink of the feast, honey wine, brewed from the extraordinary surplus of honey that the Norse produced from hives kept everywhere that conditions allowed. It was the drink of the gods, the drink of Valhalla, flowing from the udder of the goat Heidrun, who ate the leaves of Yggdrasil, and the drink of the feast was therefore simultaneously a social pleasure and a religious act. To drink mead with your Lord at his hearth was to participate in something that connected the human world to the Divine One. The feast was also where loyalty was sworn and renewed. The Lord gave his warriors gifts, arm rings of silver and gold, weapons of quality, places of honor at his table. The warriors gave their Lord service, their sword arms, their ships, their presence in his hall. This exchange of gifts and service was the fundamental bond of Norse society, and the feast was where it was performed and witnessed and made public and therefore real. The law speaker recited the law at the thing, but the Lord renewed his bonds at the feast. The food of the Norse feast was the food of the Norse world. Preserved fish, stockfish, dried hard as wood in the Arctic air of the Norwegian coast, reconstituted in water and eaten with butter or oil. Salt herring, packed in barrels, smoked mutton, dark bread of barley or rye, dense and nourishing, if not particularly refined. Cheese, dried fruit in season, game from the forests, venison and boar, dairy in all its forms, because the Norse kept cattle with the same devotion that the Irish did, and produced milk and butter and scare, a thick-strained yogurt that remains a staple of Icelandic food to this day. The feast was also where the poets performed. The skalds The Norse court poets were among the most technically accomplished poets in any medieval literary tradition. They composed in an extremely complex metrical form with elaborate rules of alliteration and internal rhyme and kenning. The Norse poetic device by which a concept was expressed through a compressed metaphor. The sea was the whale road. A sword was a wound snake. Gold was the fire of the sea, or the sweat of the sword. Blood was the sweat of the sword. A warrior was a feeder of ravens. The kennings accumulated, generation by generation, into a shared poetic vocabulary of enormous richness and density. A system of imagery that rewarded the listener who knew the tradition and placed enormous demands on the poet who worked within it. The skald who performed at a feast was expected to produce new poetry, fresh compositions in praise of the Lord and his deeds, on the spot, not memorized, not prepared, new. The ability to compose technically demanding poetry in real time, in performance, was the defining skill of the Norse court poet. It was also the means by which the deeds of the Lord were preserved and transmitted. A skald's praise poem, once performed, was remembered and repeated and eventually written down, becoming part of the historical record. Many of what we know about the great Norse chieftains and kings comes from the praise poems composed for them by their skalds. The poets were the historians, and the feast was where history was made and simultaneously recorded. The fire burned, the mead circulated, the skald's voice rose above the noise of the hall, and the warriors fell silent to listen. Outside, the wind drove snow against the walls, and the darkness was absolute. Inside, there was light. Viking music and instruments. The sound of the Norse world. The Norse world was full of music. Not music as background or entertainment in the casual, modern sense, but music as something woven through the fabric of daily and ceremonial life, present at the feast and the funeral, on the longship and at the thing, in the healing rituals of the vulva and the praise performances of the skald. The evidence for Norse music comes from several sources. Archaeological finds of instruments and instrument fragments, written descriptions in the sagas and the Eddas, the accounts of foreign observers who encountered Norse musicians, and the surviving musical traditions of Iceland and Scandinavia, which preserve in recognizable form some of the oldest musical practices in Northern Europe. The lyre was the instrument most associated with the skald, the court poet who performed praise poetry at the feast. The Norse lyre, the tagelharpa or the round lyre, was a small wooden instrument with strings of gut or horsehair held against the chest and played with a bow or plucked with the fingers. Its sound was intimate and carrying simultaneously, capable of filling a mead hall with something that cut through the noise of the feast and demanded attention. The skald who performed his praise poems did not simply recite. He sang or half sang, accompanying himself on the lyre in a style that sat somewhere between speech and melody. The sound of the Norse lyre was unlike anything in the modern Western musical tradition. Reconstructions by contemporary scholars and musicians describe it as having a distinctive buzzing resonance, almost drone-like in certain registers, that creates an atmosphere of deep antiquity when heard in enclosed spaces. It was a sound designed for firelight and close walls, a sound that, once heard, was difficult to forget. The horn was the instrument of the outdoors and the ceremony. Animal horns, cow horn, ox horn, were among the most ancient instruments in the Norse world, and the Norse also made horns from bronze that were among the most sophisticated musical instruments of the ancient world. The lure, a long curved bronze horn found in Scandinavian archaeological contexts, dating back to the Bronze Age, well before the Viking Age, produced a sound of extraordinary depth and resonance, its tone somewhere between a trombone and a hunting horn. The sound carried enormous distances across open water and through forest, which made it useful for communication as well as ceremony. The god Heimdall possessed Gjallarhorn, the horn whose sound could be heard in all 9 worlds, which he would blow at the beginning of Ragnarok to summon the gods to their final battle. The mythological significance of the horn reflected its practical significance. It was the instrument of announcement, of summons, of the moment when everyone needed to stop what they were doing and pay attention. The drum was the instrument of the vulva. The cider ritual performed by the Norse's seeress was accompanied by a specific kind of drumming, a rhythmic, repetitive beat that induced the trance state necessary for the vulva to perceive and influence fate. The drum in this context was not entertainment but technology, a precisely calibrated instrument for altering consciousness, used by a practitioner who knew exactly what effect she was producing and exactly why. The jaw harp, the small metal instrument held against the teeth and plucked to produce a buzzing, resonant tone, was one of the most widely distributed instruments in the Norse world. Small, inexpensive, easily portable, it appears in archaeological contexts from Norway to Greenland. The instrument of ordinary people rather than of courts and ceremonies. It produced a sound that was intimate and strange simultaneously, a music that seemed to come from inside the head rather than from outside it. The Norse sang. This seems obvious, but it is worth stating because the literary and archaeological evidence gives us some sense of what Norse singing was like. The skalds performed poetry was sung or chanted. The women who worked at the loom sang as they worked, specific weaving songs whose rhythms matched the rhythm of the loom. The warriors sang before battle, specific battle chants whose purpose was to synchronize the group and raise the collective emotional state to the level required for combat. Children were sung to sleep with lullabies whose words survive in fragmentary form in the Eddic literature. Music in the Norse world was not separated from the rest of life. It accompanied work and ceremony, grief and celebration. It was present at the beginning of things, the feast, the voyage, the battle, and at the end of them, the funeral, the memorial, the long winter evening when the fire burned low and the stories began. The sound of the Norse world, if we could hear it now, would be both familiar and profoundly strange. The drone of the lyre, the deep resonance of the horn across the fjord, the rhythmic beat of the Volva's drum in the darkness of the longhouse, the high voice of the scold beginning a new verse, the low singing of women at the loom, music that was made for the specific acoustics of stone and wood and water, music that was shaped by the sound of wind in the rigging of a longship, music that carried in it the particular quality of the Norse winter night, dark, cold, vast, and the particular quality of the Norse community gathered against it. Warm, close, alive, the sagas, N.E. Volsunga. The Norse literary tradition is one of the great wonders of medieval culture, not because it was the most elaborate. The traditions of the Islamic world and of Byzantium were both more elaborate, not because it was the most ancient. The traditions of India and China were both far older, but because of a quality that sets the Norse literary tradition apart from almost every other medieval literature. It was realistic, in an age when virtually all European literature was either religious allegory, classical pastiche, or the romanticized fantasy of the courtly tradition. The Norse sagas were something genuinely different. They were prose narratives of extraordinary psychological subtlety, populated by characters who behaved like human beings, who were motivated by recognizable human emotions, who made decisions for comprehensible reasons, who suffered consequences that followed logically from their choices. The family sagas, the Islending, Asugur, were set in the early centuries of Icelandic settlement, roughly 870 to 1030, and written down in the 13th and 14th centuries from a combination of oral tradition and earlier written sources. They told the stories of Icelandic farming families, their feuds, their travels, their love affairs, their legal disputes, their grudges and their reconciliations, with a deadpan, unsentimental precision that modern readers find immediately accessible. Egil's Saga, the story of the poet-warrior Egil Skallagrimsson, a difficult, violent, brilliant man who composed some of the finest Norse poetry while simultaneously being one of the most dangerous people in any room he entered. Reads like a novel. Its protagonist is psychologically complex in a way that most medieval literary characters are not. He is not a hero. He is a person. Njal Saga, the longest and in many ways the greatest of the family sagas, tells the story of a feud in Iceland that escalates over decades through a series of killings and legal actions and reconciliations that always fail toward an ending of terrible inevitability. The saga knows its ending from the beginning and moves toward it with the deliberate pace of a tragedy that cannot be stopped, only witnessed. These are not primitive narratives. They are sophisticated literary works that happen to be 1,000 years old. Beyond the family sagas were the mythological works, the Eddas. The prose Edda, written by the Icelandic scholar Snorri Sturluson around 1220, is the most comprehensive account of Norse mythology that survives. Snorri wrote it partly as a handbook for poets who wanted to use the old kennings and mythological references in their work, and partly as an act of cultural preservation, a recognition that the old stories were in danger of being forgotten as Iceland became more thoroughly Christian and the old traditions receded. Without Snorri, much of what we know about Norse mythology would be lost. The Poetic Edda, a collection of poems in Old Norse, preserved in a single Icelandic manuscript from around 1270, contains the most important mythological and heroic poetry of the Norse world. The Völuspá, the seeress's prophecy, is the great Norse account of the creation and destruction of the world, told in the voice of a Volva who has been raised from the dead by Odin to reveal what she knows. It is one of the great poems in any language, and the Volsunga saga, the story of the Volsung family, their greatness and their tragedy, the hero Sigurd and the cursed gold of the dragon Fafnir and the doomed love of Sigurd and Brynhilda, is the Norse world's greatest heroic narrative. It is the story that inspired Wagner's Ring Cycle. It is the story that provided Tolkien with the structural framework for his own mythology. It is a story of such power and such darkness and such extraordinary human tragedy that it has survived 1,000 years of retelling without losing any of its force. Sigurd slays the dragon Fafnir and claims the treasure. He bathes in the dragon's blood, which makes him invulnerable everywhere it touches. Everywhere except one spot, between his shoulders, where a leaf fell and the blood didn't reach. He drinks the dragon's blood and gains the ability to understand the speech of birds. He wins the warrior woman Brynhilda, and then, under the influence of a potion of forgetting, abandons her and marries another. She never forgives him. She engineers his death. He is killed from behind, through the one vulnerable spot. The treasure is cursed. Everyone who touches it dies. It is a story about the ways that the things we love destroy us, about the irreversibility of the choices we make when we are not fully ourselves, about the particular human tragedy of being capable of greatness and choosing, at the crucial moment, not to reach for it. It has lost none of its power. The Havamal, the sayings of the High One. There is a poem in the Norse tradition that is unlike any other document from the medieval world. It is called the Havamal, the sayings of the High One, and it is attributed to Odin himself. Not in the way that a modern author might write in a character's voice as a literary device, but as a genuine transmission. A collection of wisdom that the Norse believed had come from the god who had bought wisdom at the highest possible price, and who now shared what he had learned with those who were willing to listen. The Havamal is preserved in the Codex Regius, the royal manuscript, an Icelandic manuscript from around 1270 that also contains the Völuspá and other crucial texts of the Poetic Edda. It was probably compiled from older oral sources, some of which may go back several centuries before the manuscript itself. It is quite simply one of the most extraordinary collections of human wisdom ever assembled in any language. What makes it extraordinary is not its mythology, though the mythological passages it contains are among the most important in the Norse tradition. What makes it extraordinary is its practicality, its earthiness, its complete refusal to separate the wisdom of the gods from the wisdom required to get through an ordinary human day without making a fool of yourself or getting killed. The poem opens with advice about entering a doorway. When you arrive somewhere new, it says, stop at the threshold. Look around. Don't walk straight in as though you own the place. Check who is in the room. Look for the exits. Understand the space before you commit yourself to it. This is simultaneously sensible, practical advice for a traveler in a world where walking into the wrong room could genuinely be fatal, and a statement of a whole philosophy of careful attention. Don't assume. Don't rush. Look first. The Havamal's advice on guests and hospitality reflects the Norse world's deep understanding of the social importance of welcome. A guest should not overstay. A guest should not ask too many questions. A guest should contribute to the household, not drain it. A host should provide what is needed without requiring gratitude. The relationship between host and guest was a sacred one. The Norse word for guest and the Norse word for enemy came from the same root, reflecting the understanding that the stranger at the door was always potentially both. And the Havamal understood how to navigate it. Cattle die. Kinsmen die. You yourself will die. But one thing I know that never dies: the reputation of one who has died well. This verse, perhaps the most famous in the entire poem, is the Havamal's statement of the Norse value system in 4 lines. Nothing lasts, the farm fails, the family ends, even you will be gone. The only thing that outlasts death is what people say about you when you are no longer there to hear it. This was not mere vanity. Reputation in the Norse world was a functional concept. It determined whether people trusted you, whether they traded with you, whether they came to your aid when you needed it, whether your children could find suitable marriages. A good reputation was, in the most practical sense, a form of wealth. And unlike silver or land, it could survive your death. The Havamal's wisdom on friendship is equally direct. A friend is someone you visit, someone whose household you sit in, and whose fire you share. Friendship is not declared. It is enacted, maintained by the small, repeated acts of presence and attention that constitute real loyalty rather than its performance. The fool believes that everyone who smiles at him is his friend. The wise man knows that a smile costs nothing. He watches what people do rather than what they say. and he reserves his trust for those whose actions have earned it. The Havamal is not gentle on fools. The poem has an entire section dedicated to the fool, the person who talks too much, who laughs at everything, who mistakes noise for wisdom and activity for achievement. The Norse word for fool, the person who did not know when to be quiet, was one of the sharper insults in culture that placed enormous value on the well-chosen word and the appropriate silence. When you say nothing, no one can quote you. When you say something, it belongs to the world. The Norse understanding of the power of words, shaped partly by the runic tradition in which every written word was an act with consequences, produced a philosophy of speech that valued economy above eloquence. The skald who composed 600 lines of intricate praise poetry was a master of language, but the chieftain who sat in council and spoke 3 carefully chosen sentences that ended a dispute was demonstrating a different and equally valued mastery. The Havamal's section on women and love is the most complicated part of the poem, reflecting the full complexity of Norse attitudes toward gender and desire, and contains some of its most psychologically acute observations alongside some of its most obviously gendered limitations. The poem was composed by and for men, in a world that was structured around male power, and this shapes what it notices and what it doesn't. But even here there are moments of real insight. The observation that the heart's desire is not always what reason would recommend, that the person who is most certain they will not be fooled is often the most thoroughly fooled, is a piece of wisdom so universal that it has survived the cultural distance of 1,000 years without losing its sting. The mythological passages of the Havamal, which interrupt the practical wisdom at irregular intervals, like glimpses of depth beneath the surface of a lake, include the account of Odin hanging from Yggdrasil that gives the poem its most powerful passages. Wounded I hung on the wind-swept gallows for 9 long nights, pierced by a spear, pledged to Odin, offered myself to myself. This stanza, describing Odin's self-sacrifice to discover the runes, is one of the most striking passages in all of Norse literature. The image of the god sacrificing himself to himself, giving himself as a gift to his own greater wisdom, captures something essential about the Norse understanding of knowledge as something that could not be given freely but had to be paid for. The rune passage that follows, in which Odin describes discovering the runes and the power they contain, is simultaneously a myth of the origin of writing and a description of how genuine understanding feels, not received passively, like information poured into a vessel, but seized actively at a moment of extreme extremity, when the normal functioning of the mind has been disrupted enough to allow something deeper to become visible. The Havamal also contains the Lodfafnismal, a section of advice addressed to a specific young man named Lodfafnir, whose name might be real or might be representative of any young man standing on the threshold of adult life and needing to understand how it worked. The advice given to Lodfafnir ranges from the immediately practical, don't try to sleep in the open in winter, get up early if you have tasks to complete, don't trust a man whose words and deeds don't match, to the philosophically substantial, cultivate happiness wherever you find it, because grief achieves nothing that action cannot achieve better. This is the particular quality of the Havamal that makes it so distinctive and so durable. It never separates the practical from the profound. It moves without announcement between advice about where to sleep and meditation on the nature of a reputation and knowledge. It treats the question of how to enter a doorway and the question of how to face death with the same quality of attention, because in the world the Havamal was written for, both questions were equally urgent and equally likely to arise on any given day. Several of the Havamal's verses have found their way into modern culture so thoroughly that their origin has been forgotten. The observation that the brave man lives and the coward does not, expressed in the Havamal as the direct statement that it is better to live than not to live, and that even a lame man can herd cattle, even a handless man can tend sheep, even a deaf man can fight, has been quoted in forms ranging from motivational posters to military training manuals without most of its users knowing. It came from a Norse poem. The line about the fire and the foolish man, that even a wise man warms himself at the fire, but the foolish man burns himself trying to get too close, has circulated through European literature for centuries as a piece of proverbial wisdom whose Norse origin was long forgotten. The Havamal survived because it was true. Not true in the sense of factually accurate, though much of it is factually accurate about how human beings actually behave, but true in the deeper sense of corresponding to something real about the human condition that people in every subsequent generation recognize when they encountered it. A Norse poem, composed 1,000 years ago in a language spoken by perhaps 1 million people on the edge of the known world, still being quoted, still being recognized, still being true. Viking women and shield maidens. The Norse woman occupied a position in medieval society that had no equivalent anywhere else in the medieval world. She was not equal to the Norseman. The Norse world was not an egalitarian society in the modern sense, but she had legal rights, economic independence, and social standing that women in almost every other medieval European culture were denied. A Norse woman could own property in her own name. She could inherit and bequeath. She could divorce her husband by calling witnesses and announcing the divorce at the door of the bedroom, and then again at the house door, and then at the thing, and retain her dowry. She could bring legal actions and testify in legal proceedings. She managed the farm in her husband's absence, often for years at a time, with full legal authority over the land and the people who worked it. The keys to the household, the symbol of the woman's authority over the domestic and economic life of the farm, were one of the most important objects a Norse woman possessed, and they appear repeatedly in the grave goods of Norse women's burials. The keys were not simply practical objects. They were the material expression of power. The household under this woman's authority, the stores under her control, the decisions about resources made by her. The vulva, the Norse seeress, held a social position of extraordinary power. The vulva was a practitioner of Seder, the Norse shamanic magic that allowed its user to perceive and influence fate. She traveled from settlement to settlement, welcomed at every farm, performing her rituals at the request of the community. She sat on a raised platform, the Seid Jala, wearing a costume that was specific to her role, and entered a trance state in which she could answer questions about the future and about hidden things. The saga accounts of the vulva describe her with a respect that bordered on awe. She was consulted by chiefs and farmers alike. Her prophecies were taken seriously. Her presence at a feast was an honor. Her displeasure was something to be avoided. The Shield Maiden, the Skjalmare, was a Norse woman warrior, and the question of whether she was a historical reality or literary fiction has been definitively answered by archaeology. The Birka warrior grave, discovered in Sweden in the 19th century and long assumed, because of its contents, to be the grave of a male warrior of high status, was subjected to DNA analysis in 2017. The results were unambiguous. The warrior buried with weapons, horses, and a game board, suggesting strategic expertise, was biologically female. She was not an anomaly. Other potential female warrior burials have been identified at other sites. The saga accounts of shield maidens, women who chose the warrior's life and fought alongside men, sometimes leading their own forces, appear to reflect at least some historical reality. The most famous shield maiden in the sagas is Brynhilda, who is also a Valkyrie, one of Odin's choosers of the slain, trapped by Odin within a ring of fire on a mountain for having chosen the wrong warrior to live. Sigurd breaks through the fire and wakes her, and the meeting of these two extraordinary beings, both of them exceptional, both of them doomed by the choices they make in this first encounter, is one of the great moments in Norse literature. The Valkyries themselves, the choosers of the slain, the women who rode over battlefields deciding which warriors lived and which died, were shield maidens of a supernatural order. They brought the chosen to Valhalla and served them mead. But they were not servants. They were agents of fate, wielding a power that even Odin deferred to in the choosing. The Norse imagination, when it looked at the question of who possessed the power of life and death, answered, women did. Berserkers, the warriors of Odin. There was a kind of Norse warrior that other Norse warriors feared, not the skilled warrior. Skill was respected everywhere, not the experienced warrior. Experience was expected of anyone who survived long enough to accumulate it. A specific kind of warrior, one who entered battle in a state that contemporaries described as something beyond human, beyond pain, beyond fear, beyond the ordinary constraints that governed even the most hardened fighter. The berserkers. The word itself is disputed. It may mean bear shirt. From the bear skins these warriors wore, or bear shirt, referring to their habit of fighting without armor. Both meanings carry weight. Both refer to something real about what these warriors were. They were the warriors of Odin. The sagas describe berserkers howling like animals before battle, biting the edges of their shields, their faces turning blue-red with the force of whatever it was that gripped them, feeling no pain from wounds that would have incapacitated an ordinary warrior, moving with a ferocity and a disregard for their own safety that opponents found not merely terrifying but practically impossible to counter. And then, after the battle, the state passed. The berserker was left exhausted, trembling, disoriented, unable to fight, barely able to stand. The transition into and out of the berserker state was as characteristic as the state itself. Or was it? This is a question that historians and researchers have been arguing about for a long time, and the answer remains genuinely uncertain. The leading theories are not mutually exclusive. The bear cult connection. The berserkers may have been practitioners of a specific shamanic tradition associated with the bear, the most powerful animal in the Norse world, an animal with its own complex mythology and ritual significance. The bear was associated with Odin. Warriors who entered into a ritual relationship with the bear spirit, who wore bear hides and performed ceremonies of animal identification before battle, may have been able to enter a genuine altered state through the power of ritual and self-suggestion. The mushroom theory. The fly agaric mushroom, Amanita muscaria, the red and white toadstool of fairy tales, grows throughout Scandinavia and produces powerful psychoactive effects when consumed. Some researchers have proposed that berserkers consumed fly agaric before battle to produce the rage state. The theory has its attractions. The timeline of the effects, intense activation followed by exhaustion, matches the descriptions in the sagas. But there is no direct evidence. No mushrooms in berserker burials. No literary account that explicitly connects them. The self-induced dissociation theory. Elite warriors across many cultures have developed the ability to enter combat in a state of profound psychological dissociation. A state in which the normal survival responses of the human nervous system are suppressed and replaced by something closer to pure reactivity. No fear because fear has been deliberately switched off. No pain because the connection between the body's pain signals and the conscious mind has been temporarily severed. This is achievable through training, through ritual, through extreme physiological stress, perhaps through all three simultaneously. What is not in dispute is that the berserkers were real. They appear in historical sources as well as the sagas. The Byzantine chronicles mention Norse warriors of exceptional ferocity who appeared to feel no pain. The accounts from the raids on Britain and Ireland include descriptions of warriors who fought with an intensity that seemed beyond human. They were organized. They fought in groups, recognizing each other, fighting together. They were not simply mad. They were mad in a controlled, directed, militarily useful way. And they were connected to Odin, the god who sought wisdom through self-torture, who sacrificed himself to himself, who valued the acquisition of power through the deliberate embrace of extremity. This god and the warriors who abandoned human limitation in service of divine fury were expressions of the same Norse idea, that the greatest things were achieved at the edge of what was bearable, that the only way through was through. The thing, Viking democracy. The thing was not a thing, it was an assembly. The word thing, from Old Norse thing, is one of the oldest words in the Germanic language family, and it referred originally to an assembly of people gathered to discuss matters of common concern. The English word thing, in its modern sense of a general object or matter, descends from the same root, because the thing discussed everything, decided everything, and was therefore the word that came to mean everything. In the Norse world, the thing was the fundamental institution of governance. Every district had its local thing, an assembly that met at regular intervals, usually outdoors, at a designated meeting place. Every free man had the right to attend and to speak. Every legal dispute could be brought before the thing for settlement. Every significant community decision was made there. This was, in the context of 9th and 10th century Europe, extraordinarily democratic. Not democratic in the modern sense. Women did not attend, and slaves did not attend, and the word of a wealthy man carried more weight than the word of a poor one. But in an age when most of Europe was governed by the absolute authority of kings and lords, the Norse assembly gave ordinary free men a voice and a role in the decisions that affected their lives that was essentially unparalleled. The law was public. This is the detail that most distinguishes the Norse legal tradition from that of most contemporary European cultures. In many medieval legal systems, the law was the private possession of a literate elite, written in Latin, accessible only to clerics and scholars, interpreted by judges whose authority was backed by the power of the king or the church. Norse law was oral, public, recited aloud by the law speaker, the Logsugumar, at the assembly, so that everyone could hear it and know it and hold others to it. The law speaker's role was to memorize the entire body of law, an extraordinary feat of memory, and recite it accurately at the thing. The law speaker was elected. He served for 3 years, after which the recitation was complete and the term began again. He stood on the law rock, the Lagberg, and spoke, and the assembled free men of Iceland listened, and what he said was the law. The Althing of Iceland, established in 930 in a broad, volcanic plain called Thingvellir. The plain of the assembly is the oldest functioning parliament in the world. It met every summer for 2 weeks. Chieftains and farmers and traders and their families came from every corner of Iceland, camping on the plain, conducting business and settling disputes and making law for the 2 weeks of the assembly. It was simultaneously a parliament, a court of law, a market, and a social occasion. The one time each year when the scattered farming communities of Iceland gathered in one place. It was at the Althing of the year 1000 that Iceland became Christian. The law speaker of that year, a pagan chieftain named Thorgeir Thorkelson, was asked to decide the question that had been threatening to split Iceland into 2 factions. Those who wished to adopt Christianity and those who wished to maintain the old faith. He spent a day and a night under his cloak, thinking. Then he emerged and announced his decision. Iceland would become Christian, but the old practices, the eating of horse meat, the exposure of unwanted infants, the private worship of the old gods, would be permitted in private. The public religion would be Christian. The private life would remain, for a generation at least, something more complicated. Both sides accepted the decision because the law speaker had spoken at the thing, and the thing was the law. Viking humor and games, the lighter side of the Norse world. The Norse were funny. This is perhaps the least expected thing about a culture so thoroughly associated with violence and tragedy and the end of the world. And yet the evidence for Norse humor is abundant, consistent, and surprisingly recognizable across a gap of 1,000 years. Norse humor was dark, ironic, deadpan. It operated through understatement rather than exaggeration, through the gap between what was said and what was meant, through the particular pleasure of acknowledging disaster without showing distress. The sagas are full of it. The Icelandic saga hero who, struck by an arrow in the throat, remarks that they seem to be serving a rather unpleasant sort of food in these parts. The warrior who, mortally wounded, sits down to rest and is asked if he is tired. No, he says, I merely find it difficult to walk with a spear through my middle. The observation delivered with complete equanimity in the midst of catastrophe that things could be better. This quality, the ability to acknowledge that things are extremely bad without allowing the acknowledgement to produce either panic or self-pity, was both a social value and a survival skill in the Norse world. A world in which the ocean could kill you, the winter could kill you, your neighbors could kill you, and the gods themselves were counting down to the end. In such a world, the ability to face disaster with a dry observation and a steady hand was not merely admirable, it was necessary. Loki embodied the Norse sense of humor. The trickster god who caused most of the problems in the Norse mythological world was also its primary comedian. The figure whose schemes went gloriously wrong, whose cleverness exceeded his wisdom, whose best ideas produced the worst consequences. The story of Loki disguising himself as a mare to distract the giant's horse, and subsequently giving birth to the 8-legged horse Sleipnir, who became Odin's own mount. This story was told and retold in the Norse world, not as a theological statement but as a piece of cosmic comedy. the universe's most embarrassing accident producing one of its most extraordinary animals. The gods laughed at Loki, and then they used what he produced. Norse comedy operated on the principle that the universe was fundamentally absurd, that the gap between intention and outcome was always available for comedy, and that the correct response to this absurdity was not despair, but a kind of cheerful acknowledgement. The games of the Norse world reflected the same values. Nefertafel, the King's Table, was the primary board game of the Norse world, played across the entire range of Norse civilization from Scandinavia to Iceland to Greenland to the Norse settlements of Britain and Ireland. Sets have been found in graves from the richest warrior burials to the humblest farm contexts, suggesting a game that transcended social boundaries and was played by everyone. The game was played on a square board. The size varied, but common versions were 9 by 9 or 11 by 11 squares, with two opposing forces of unequal size. One player controlled the king and his defenders, positioned in the center of the board. The other controlled the attackers, positioned at the edges. The defending player won by escorting the king to a corner or edge of the board. The attacking player won by surrounding and capturing the king. It was a game about asymmetric warfare, about the different strategies available to an outnumbered defender and an attacking force that had the advantage of numbers, but the disadvantage of having a single clear objective. It rewarded strategic thinking, patience, and the ability to think several moves ahead. The fact that Nefertafel was found in the Burka female warrior burial, alongside her weapons and her horse, tells us something important about how the Norse understood strategic intelligence. It was not separate from martial prowess. It was part of it. Dice were everywhere in the Norse world, made from bone or antler, carved in the familiar cubic form. Dice appear in Norse archaeological contexts across the entire range of the culture. They were used for gambling, a practice the sagas describe with the same matter-of-fact tone they bring to everything else, and for games of chance that were as much about reading luck and accepting outcome as they were about strategy. The Norse relationship with luck, with the concept they called gefa, which meant something between luck and the fate that a person carried within them, was a serious one. Good luck was not merely fortunate. It was a sign of divine favor, of alignment with the forces of the world. Bad luck was not merely unfortunate. It was a sign that the luck had run out and something needed to change. The dice player who could lose with composure, who could acknowledge that today the luck was against him and accept it without bitterness, was demonstrating the same quality that the saga hero demonstrated when struck with a fatal arrow: the ability to face what was in front of you without flinching. The riddles of the Norse world were another form of play that carried serious weight. The Eddas, full of riddle contests, Odin testing the wisdom of gods and giants through exchanges of riddle and counter-riddle, the stakes sometimes being life itself. the Norse riddle was not merely a puzzle. It was a demonstration of the ability to perceive hidden connections, to see beneath the surface of things to what lay underneath. The person who could solve a riddle was demonstrating a quality of intelligence that the Norse valued, not the brute intelligence of force or even the strategic intelligence of the board game, but something subtler, the intelligence of perception, of seeing the world as it actually was rather than as it appeared. The swimming and athletic competitions that appear throughout the sagas, the wrestling matches at the Thing, the running races, the feats of strength, were play of a kind that also had social function. They established hierarchy. They resolved disputes that might otherwise require blood. They gave young men a legitimate arena for the competition that was otherwise directed toward raiding and warfare. The Norse understood that human beings needed to play, not as a luxury, not as a distraction from the serious business of life, but as something essential, as a way of practicing skills, of establishing social bonds, of facing the uncertainty of outcome that was also the uncertainty of life, in a context where the consequences were manageable. The board game and the dice and the riddle and the wrestling match were all, in their different ways, rehearsals for the world. A world that was beautiful and dangerous and funny and doomed and worth playing in for as long as it lasted. Viking craftsmanship and art. The Norse were artists of extraordinary accomplishment. This is the aspect of Viking culture most completely obscured by the image of the warrior. The fact that the same people who built the most feared military force in medieval Europe also produced metalwork and wood carving and textile work and jewelry of breathtaking quality. The metalwork. Norse metalworkers worked primarily in silver, bronze, and iron, producing objects of astonishing technical skill and aesthetic sophistication. The great oval brooches that fastened a Norse woman's apron dress, the characteristic paired brooches of Norse female costume, were cast in bronze using the lost wax process, their surfaces covered in intricate interlaced animal designs of a complexity that rewards magnification. Under a jeweler's loupe, the surface of a great Norse brooch reveals a world of intertwined beasts, each one an individual, each one connected to all the others in a composition that has no beginning and no end. The silver arm rings, the payment medium and the gift of honor in the Norse world, were twisted from a thick silver wire into spirals of elegant simplicity, or cast in elaborate designs that incorporated runic inscriptions, or made in the form of serpents whose heads met at the front. The Ørnes stave church, built in Norway in the 12th century, carries on its north wall a carved wooden panel of such extraordinary quality that it gives its name to an entire style of Norse art, the Ørnes style. A single great beast, sinuous and elongated, intertwined with a serpent and two smaller animals in a composition of extraordinary dynamic tension. Carved in relief from oak, with a precision and a fluency that suggests a tradition so long practiced that the craftsman's hands knew what to do without the conscious mind needing to direct them. The Oseberg ship, discovered in a burial mound in Norway in 1904, contains some of the most extraordinary wood carving ever found anywhere in the world. The ship itself, a vessel of extraordinary elegance, built around 820 and used as a burial ship for two women of high status, was decorated along its prow with carved animal heads of astonishing intricacy. The burial chamber on board contained wooden objects, a bed, a cart, several sledges, whose carved surfaces were covered in the intertwined animal designs of the Oseberg style, a form of Norse art of such vitality and such complexity that it seems almost impossible that it was made by hand, with iron tools over 1,000 years ago. The textile work. Norse women were accomplished weavers and embroiderers, producing textiles of high quality from wool and linen. The Bayeux tapestry, almost certainly produced by Norse-descended craftswomen in England in the years immediately after the Norman conquest, is the most elaborate piece of embroidery from the medieval world. Its 70 meters of narrative depicting the events of 1066 in a style that owes everything to the Norse visual tradition. Tablet weaving, a technique using small, square cards with holes through which the warp threads passed, producing narrow bands of extraordinary geometric complexity, was practiced by Norse women to create the decorative borders that finish garments and hangings. The patterns produced by tablet weaving were as complex, in their way, as the interlaced animal designs of the metal workers. Geometry, as intricate as mathematics, produced by the movement of hands that had practiced the pattern for so long that it had become automatic. The Norse aesthetic was defined by a horror vacui, the fear of empty space. Every surface that could be decorated was decorated. The blade of a sword, the handle of a comb, the frame of a bed, the prow of a ship. The visual world of the Norse was dense with ornament, with life, with the intertwined animals that seemed to grow from and into each other endlessly. A world in which the boundary between one thing and another was always negotiable, always permeable, always in question. This was not merely decoration. It was a worldview expressed visually, a culture that believed the 9 worlds were connected by a single tree, that the gods and the giants and the elves and the dwarves were all part of the same complex system of mutual dependency. This culture made art that showed everything connected to everything else. The interlaced animals had no beginning and no end. Neither did the world, Viking medicine and healing. The popular image of Viking medicine is essentially non-existent. People do not generally imagine the Norse world as one of sophisticated medical practice. They imagine warriors, not healers, battles, not hospitals, the mead hall, not the herb garden. The reality was considerably more interesting. The Norse had a robust tradition of medical knowledge and medical practice, not as sophisticated as the Islamic medicine being practiced in the same era in Baghdad and Cairo. but considerably more advanced than most of their European contemporaries, and documented in enough detail to reveal a practice that was both practically effective and conceptually sophisticated. The healers of the Norse world were primarily women. The Leknar healers were respected members of Norse communities. Their knowledge of plants and their practical skills with wounds valued as highly as the skills of the warrior who inflicted them. The sagas describe healers who could treat wounds, set bones, manage fever, and deliver babies. The full range of practical medicine in a pre-modern context. The most remarkable example of Norse diagnostic medicine is the onion test. When a warrior received an abdominal wound, the Norse healers gave him a broth strongly flavored with onions and leeks, then smelled the wound. If the smell of onions came through, the gut was perforated, a fatal wound, which would require the healer to manage the warrior's death rather than attempt a futile cure. If no smell came through, the gut was intact and the wound might be survivable. This is accurate medicine. The logic is correct. The test works. It is one of the earliest documented examples of a clinical diagnostic test in European history, and it appears in saga literature with the matter-of-fact tone that characterized Norse medical practice. This is what you do. This is what it tells you. This is what follows from the result. The Norse pharmacopoeia was extensive. Yarrow for wound healing. And yarrow does have antimicrobial properties that would have made it genuinely useful for wound management. Juniper berries for urinary complaints. Angelica root for digestive problems. Mugwort for menstrual difficulties. The Norse herbal knowledge was accumulated over generations of observation. What helped, what didn't, what made things worse, and formed a practical medical system that worked within the limits of pre-modern understanding. Bone setting was practiced and practiced well. The skeletal evidence from Norse burial sites shows healed fractures of a kind that required setting and immobilization, that weren't simply left to heal as they would. The bones healed straight or nearly so, in patterns that indicated intervention. People survived broken limbs that, in many medieval cultures, would have been death sentences. There is evidence of successful trepanation, the cutting of holes in the skull to relieve pressure from head injuries. From Norse archaeological contexts, the patient survived. The skulls show healed bone at the edges of the holes, which is only possible if the patient lived for some time after the operation. The combination of herbal knowledge, practical surgical skill, and careful observation that characterized Norse medicine was not the work of primitive people stumbling through the dark. It was the work of careful, intelligent practitioners who paid close attention to what they observed, learned from what worked and what didn't, and built a tradition of practice that was transmitted through the same mechanisms as every other form of Norse knowledge, from practitioner to apprentice, from healer to healer, through the long chain of teaching that constituted medical education in a world without universities. Viking burial, the ship and the stars, the Norse gave their dead extraordinary attention. Death, in the Norse world, was not an ending so much as a transition, a movement from one form of existence to another. The dead continued to exist in various forms and various locations. They could be consulted. They could return. They could help or harm the living depending on whether they had been treated with the appropriate respect. This understanding shaped Norse burial practice in profound ways. The basic principle was that the dead should be provided with everything they would need in their continued existence: food and drink for the journey, tools appropriate to their trade, weapons for those who had been warriors, jewelry and fine objects for those who had been wealthy or of high status, animals, horses, dogs, cattle, as companions and servants. The grave goods of Norse burials are extraordinary documents of the living world that created them. A Norse woman's grave might contain her oval brooches, her weaving tools, a pair of scissors, keys to her household stores, a set of balancing scales for measuring silver, an amber bead necklace, a knife, and a collection of household objects that together paint a vivid picture of the skills and the authority of her daily life. A Norse warrior's grave might contain his sword and shield, his axe, his spear, his horse and its harness, a game board for the strategy games that warriors played in the hall, a set of dice, a comb, and whatever personal objects had been significant to him in life. The richest burials were ship burials. The practice of placing the dead in their ship, or in a boat, or in a boat-shaped arrangement of stones on land, reflected the Norse understanding of death as a voyage. The ship was the vehicle of passage, as it had been in life, and the dead warrior or chieftain or woman of high status was sent on the final voyage with everything needed for whatever came next. The Oseberg ship burial, excavated in Norway in 1904, is the most spectacular archaeological discovery from the Viking Age. Under a mound of clay and turf that had preserved the contents with extraordinary completeness, 2 women had been buried in a ship of exceptional quality around the year 834. The ship itself, over 20 meters long, its prow and stern rising to carved animal heads of extraordinary artistry, was surrounded by the most remarkable collection of objects from the Viking Age that has ever been found in a single location. A beautifully carved wooden cart, the Oseberg cart, its decoration among the finest examples of Norse wood carving ever discovered, 4 elaborately carved sledges, a bed, a tent, a loom, chests containing textiles of extraordinary quality, kitchen equipment, agricultural tools, 15 horses, 6 dogs, 2 oxen, and 2 women, one older, perhaps in her 70s or 80s, with severe arthritis and other conditions that would have made her daily life difficult, one younger, around 50, whose bones suggested a healthier life. Which of them was the primary burial and which was a sacrifice, if either was, remains debated. What is beyond debate is the extraordinary care with which they were provided for. Whoever they were, a queen and her servant, a high priestess, and her companion, 2 women of exceptional status, whose identities have not survived the years. They were sent into death with every comfort and every tool and every companion that those who buried them could provide. The burning ship, the flaming longship sent out to sea in the images that have become the defining symbol of Viking burial, almost never actually happen. It's a beautiful image. It appears in Ibn Fadlan's eyewitness account of a Rus Viking burial on the Volga, where the ship was burned on shore, not sent to sea, but as a regular burial practice. The burning ship at sea is largely a 19th century invention, absorbed into popular culture and now almost impossible to dislodge. What actually happened was more varied and more interesting. Some were buried in ships under mounds. Some were cremated on shore with their grave goods and their animals, and the ashes buried or scattered. Some were buried in simple graves with few possessions. Some were placed in boat-shaped stone settings, the stone outline of a ship marking a grave that contained no ship at all. The variety of Norse burial practice reflects the variety of Norse belief. The broad principle, respect the dead, provide for them, acknowledge the transition, was consistent. The specific form it took was as individual as the people it honored. The Danelaw and Viking Britain. The Vikings did not simply raid Britain, they settled it. In 865, a force of Danish warriors that the English chronicles called the Great Heathen Army landed in East Anglia and began a systematic conquest of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of northern and eastern England. Over the following years, they captured York, which they called Jorvik, and established control over a large swathe of England that would come to be called the Danelaw, the territory where, in the words of the treaty that eventually established its boundaries, Danish law held. Jorvik, York, became, under Norse rule, one of the most important cities in Britain. The archaeological evidence recovered from excavations at Coppergate in York, perhaps the most significant urban archaeological excavation ever conducted in Britain, reveals a city of extraordinary commercial activity, craftsmen of every kind working in close proximity. Metal workers and woodworkers and comb makers and leather workers and textile workers, their workshops producing goods for local use and for long-distance trade. The smell of the street, preserved in the anaerobic conditions of the water-logged soil. The smell of the medieval city reconstituted from its chemical traces, animal dung and wood smoke, and fish and rotting vegetation, and tanning leather, and the 100 other smells of a working Norse city. This was not a place of raiders camping in a conquered city. This was a Norse community, living Norse lives, in a city they had made their own. The Danelaw left permanent marks on the English landscape. Place names. More than 1,500 English place names end in the Norse suffix by, meaning farm or settlement. Grimsby, Derby, Rugby, Whitby, Selby. Another large group end in Thorpe, a secondary settlement, a hamlet, Scunthorpe, Mablethorpe, Thorpe, another group in Thwaite, a meadow or clearing, Applethwaite, Braithwaite, Satterthwaite. Every one of these place names is a fossil Norse settlement, preserved in the landscape of England. The people who named these places spoke Old Norse as their primary language, lived lives substantially continuous with the lives of their cousins in Scandinavia, and left a mark on the English map that has lasted 1,000 years. The English language itself carries the Norse mark. The words are everywhere, so embedded in everyday speech that their Norse origin is almost never noticed. Sky, the Old Norse word for cloud, which in English came to mean the whole of the sky above. Before the Norse arrived, the English word was heophon, heaven, window, from the Old Norse vindauga, wind eye, the opening in the wall through which the wind came in. Husband, from the Old Norse husbondi, house dweller, the master of the house. Knife, egg, anger, cake, dirt, fog, gap, get, give, happy, ill, kid, law, leg, low, odd, race, root, rotten, scare. Scream, skill, skin, skull, skirt, slaughter, snare. Take, thrive, thrust, ugly, want, weak, wing, wrong. Every one of these everyday English words comes directly from Old Norse, the language in which this story is being told to you now, in which these words are moving through your mind at this moment, carries within it, in hundreds of common words, the living trace of the people who sailed from Scandinavia and settled in Britain and became, over time, simply English. They are not gone. They are in the language, in every conversation, in every thought expressed in English words. The Norse presence persists, quiet, embedded, permanent. The Varangian guard who carved their names in the marble of Hagia Sophia left a record that required finding and deciphering. The Norse settlers of England left their record in something that is read every day. Every time someone looks up at the sky, every time someone says the word window, every time someone gives someone else a knife. Leif Erikson and Vinland, in the year 1000 or thereabouts, a Norse explorer named Leif Erikson sailed west from Greenland with a crew of 35 men and found a land that no European had ever seen. He was not technically the first. A Norse trader named Bjarni Herjolfsson had sighted the coast of North America perhaps 15 years earlier, driven off course on his way to Greenland, and had seen forested land to the west but had not landed. He turned around and went home and told people what he had seen. Leif bought Bjarni's boat and sailed the route in reverse. He found 3 coasts, a land of flat rock and glaciers, which he called Helluland, stone slab land. Almost certainly Baffin Island, a land of forests and white sandy beaches, which he called Markland, Forestland. Almost certainly Labrador, and a land further south where the winter was mild and the rivers were full of salmon larger than anything he had seen before, where grapes grew wild on the hills, grapes, the wineberries, in a land where no grape had any business growing, and where the grass stayed green through a winter that barely deserved a name. He called it Vinland, Wineland. He built a settlement there, the houses and outbuildings of a Norse base camp, and wintered over. His crew explored. They found the grapes. They cut timber. They loaded the ship, and they went home. The Norse made several subsequent voyages to Vinland. Thorvald Eriksson and Leif's brother made one and encountered the indigenous people they called Skraelings, and was killed by an arrow. Thorfinn Karlsefni made the most ambitious attempt, arriving with several ships and 160 people, including women, intending to establish a permanent settlement. He stayed for 3 years. The settlement failed. The Skraelings were numerous and increasingly hostile. The Norse were too few, too far from any support, too unable to produce the iron tools and weapons that might have given them a decisive advantage in a land where the wood to smelt iron was plentiful, but the ore was not carried from home. They left. For a long time, the Vinland voyages were considered by some historians to be entirely legendary, the kind of saga embellishment that grew up around a kernel of real memory and could not be verified. Then, in 1960, a Norwegian explorer named Helge Ingstad and his archaeologist wife Anstein Ingstad followed a lead from local oral tradition and excavated a site at Lans O Meadows on the northern tip of Newfoundland. They found a Norse settlement, 8 buildings of the type found at Norse sites in Greenland and Iceland, a smithy, the most significant single find, because the Norse were the only people in North America at this time who worked iron. Iron rivets of the type used in Norse shipbuilding, a bronze ring-headed pin of the type used to fasten Norse cloaks, butternuts, a tree whose range does not extend to Newfoundland, which the Norse must have brought from further south, from Markland or from Vinland proper. The site was dated to around the year 1000. Lanzo Meadows was not Vinland itself. It appears to have been a base camp, a way station from which the Norse explored further south and west. But it confirmed, definitively and permanently, what the sagas had been saying for 1,000 years. The Norse had been in North America 500 years before Columbus. What might have happened if they had stayed is one of the great counterfactual questions of history. If Karlsefni's settlement had succeeded, if they had been able to establish a permanent Norse presence in North America in the year 1000, the history of the continent and of the world would have been entirely different. But they left, and the forest grew back over their houses, and the memory of what they had found survived only in the sagas, told in longhouses through the winter dark for 500 years until someone else arrived and didn't leave. The settlement of Iceland and Greenland. Iceland was not always Iceland. The Irish monks who arrived there first in the 8th century, perhaps earlier, called it Thule, the classical name for the uttermost north, and found it a place of extraordinary and terrifying beauty. A volcanic island just below the Arctic Circle, its interior a landscape of glaciers and lava fields and hot springs that steamed in the cold air, and geysers that erupted on schedules so regular that the Norse named the phenomenon geyser, the gusher, from the Old Norse word for a rushing torrent. The first Norse settler was Ingolf Arnason, who arrived around 874 with his family and his household and his slaves, and established a farm at the place he called Reykjavik, Smoky Bay, named for the steam rising from the hot springs nearby. What followed was one of the most extraordinary colonization events in history. Within 60 years, the entire habitable coastline of Iceland had been claimed and settled. Perhaps 50 to 70,000 people, Norse from Norway and Norse Celtic from the existing Norse settlements in the British Isles, had crossed the open North Atlantic in their nars and made new homes on an island that had been essentially uninhabited. They brought everything they needed: cattle and sheep and horses, seeds, tools, the accumulated knowledge of centuries of Norse farming and fishing and navigation. And the assembly, which they established at Thingvellir in 930, creating the Althing, the first parliament of the Norse world. Iceland's political system was deliberately designed without a king. The experience of the Norwegian settlers, most of whom had left Norway precisely to escape the centralizing power of Harald Fairhair, the first king to unite Norway under a single rule, had left them with a profound suspicion of kingship. Iceland was organized instead around a system of chieftains and assemblies, with the Althing as the supreme authority, bound by the law that the law speaker recited and the thing enforced. It was not a peaceful system. The sagas are full of the feuds and the killings and the legal battles that resulted from a society without a central authority capable of imposing order. But it was an extraordinarily vital one, a political experiment that produced, alongside its violence, the most remarkable literary culture of the medieval North. Greenland was Eric the Red's achievement. Eric Thorvaldsson, Eric the Red, called so for his hair, was outlawed from Iceland for 3 years for the killings that the family sagas recorded with the usual deadpan precision. During his outlawry, he sailed west and found a large island that had been sighted before but never settled, and he spent 3 years exploring its coasts. When his outlawry was over, he returned to Iceland with a salesman's instinct for naming. He called it Greenland. It was not particularly green. Its interior was under a glacier so large that it contained enough ice to raise sea levels by several meters if it melted. But its southern and western coasts had stretches of relatively productive land, and the name Greenland, as Eric well understood, was the kind of name that attracted settlers. He returned with 25 ships. 14 arrived. The others were lost at sea or turned back. It was enough to establish 2 settlements on the western coast that survived, with varying fortunes for nearly 500 years. The western settlement and the eastern settlement, Norse communities at the literal edge of the medieval world, farming their small patches of productive land, hunting walrus in the Arctic waters to the north, maintaining their connection to the wider Norse world through occasional ships from Iceland and Norway. They disappeared in the 15th century. The last written record of the Greenland Norse is from 1408, a wedding in Valsey Church. After that, silence. What happened to them is still debated. Climate change, the beginning of the Little Ice Age, made their marginal agriculture even more marginal. Trade with Europe became less reliable. The walrus ivory that had been their primary export commodity was undercut by the arrival of African elephant ivory in European markets. They may have merged with the Inuit communities that were expanding southward through the same period. They may simply have abandoned the settlements and sailed away. Their farms are still there, beneath the Greenlandic turf. The outlines of the buildings, the middens of their daily life, the bones of the cattle and the sheep they brought across the North Atlantic and tended for 500 years. They were the last of the Atlantic Norse, and they are still, in some sense, present in the earth they farmed at the edge of the world. Valhalla and the Norse afterlife. The Norse conceived of several different destinations for the dead. The most famous was Valhalla, the Hall of the Slain, Odin's great hall in Asgard, where warriors who had died in battle were taken by the Valkyries and spent their afterlife in an endless cycle of feasting and fighting. Every day the warriors of Valhalla, the Einherjar, fought in the great field before the hall. They killed each other. They were resurrected. They feasted. They slept. They woke and fought again. This was paradise. This requires a moment's consideration. An afterlife in which you spent every day in mortal combat and were killed and restored and killed again. This was the finest thing Odin had to offer. The best possible outcome for a warrior's life, well lived. This was not merely a fantasy of violence. It was a theology of preparation. Odin was building an army. He had seen the end in the waters of Mimir's well. He knew the Ragnarok was coming, that the serpent would rise from the ocean, that the wolf would break his chains, that the fire giants of Muspelheim would cross the bridge Bifrost and destroy it under them. He knew that his forces would not be enough, and he gathered warriors anyway. The Einherjar trained every day because they would need to be ready. The feast every evening was not merely pleasure. It was the bond of loyalty renewed, the community of the dead held together by the same rituals that held communities of the living together. Odin walked among them. He knew their names. He listened to their stories. He was preparing for a defeat he could not avoid. The mead of Valhalla flowed from the udder of Heidrun the goat, who ate the leaves of the world tree and produced mead rather than milk. It never ran out. It ran alongside the benches forever, tended by the Valkyries, those same choosers of the slain who had selected each warrior for this place, who now served them and fought alongside them as equals. The Valkyries were not servants. They were warrior women who moved between the world of the living and the dead with the freedom of beings who belonged fully to neither, whose power derived from their position at the boundary. They chose who lived and who died on every battlefield, a power so absolute that even the greatest warriors were subject to it. They brought the chosen dead to Odin's hall and lived among them as companions and equals. The other half of the battle dead, Freya's half, went to Folkvanga, the field of the people, where Freya ruled. The sagas don't describe Folkvanga in the same detail as Valhalla, which tells us more about who wrote the sagas than about the relative significance of the two destinations. Freya chose first. She got half. Whatever Folkvanga was, it was considered an equally honored destination for those she chose. For everyone else, for the farmers and the traders and the craftswomen and the healers and everyone who did not die in battle, there was hell. Hell was not a place of punishment. This is the crucial distinction between the Norse conception and the Christian one that has obscured the Norse version for so long. Hell was simply the realm of the dead, a grey and cold and quiet place, certainly, but not a place of torment. The dead in hell existed in a diminished form of their living selves, but they were not suffering. Hell herself, the goddess, was a figure of gravity and fairness. Her body, half living and half dead, was a visual statement of her position at the boundary of existence. She governed her realm with the same seriousness that the law speaker brought to the thing. The dead were under her authority, and she treated them according to their deserts. No worse, no better. The Norse did not hope to avoid death. They hoped to die well, dying well, in battle, facing your enemy, with your weapon in your hand and your name on your lips, meant Valhalla. Dying badly, of illness, of old age, without courage or consciousness, meant hell. Both destinations were honorable, only cowardice was not. Ragnarok, the end of the world. The Norse knew the world would end, not suspected, not feared, knew. Ragnarok, the doom of the gods, or the twilight of the gods, depending on how you translate the Old Norse, was not a possibility in the Norse cosmological imagination. It was a certainty. The events of the final battle were known in advance, in considerable detail, because the Volva, the seeress, had been raised from the dead by Odin himself to describe them. The Voluspa, her prophecy, was committed to verse and memory and eventually to writing, and it told everything. The first sign would be Fimbul winter. 3 consecutive winters with no summer between them. The world freezing, the crops failing, the social bonds breaking, brother killing brother, the family bonds that held Norse society together dissolving in the face of starvation and desperation. Then the wolf skull, who had spent the entire history of the world chasing the sun across the sky, would catch it. The world would go dark. The wolf Fenrir, Loki's son, the wolf so powerful that the gods had to bind him with a magical ribbon made of impossible things. The sound of a cat's footstep and the beard of a woman and the roots of a mountain would break his bonds. The Midgard serpent, Jormungandr, would release his tail from his mouth and rise from the ocean, the water flooding the land. Loki would break free from beneath his mountain. He would sail to the final battle in his ship made of fingernails and toenails, captaining an army of the dead from hell. Surt, the fire giant, would cross from Muspelheim with a sword of flame that burned brighter than the sun. And the Bifrost, the rainbow bridge connecting Asgard to Midgard, would shatter under their combined weight. The gods would receive warning. Heimdall would blow his horn, Gjallarhorn, whose sound could be heard in all 9 worlds. Odin would ride to Mimir's well for a last consultation with the wise head that lived there. The gods would arm themselves and ride out. The battles were known. Odin would fight Fenrir and be swallowed whole. His son Vidar would kill Fenrir in revenge. Thor would fight Jormungandr and kill it, but die from the serpent's venom, walking 9 steps and falling. Freyr would fight Surt without his sword. He had given his sword to his servant to help win a bride, and he would miss it at the end. He would fall. Tyr would fight the hound Garm, who guarded the entrance to hell. They would kill each other. Heimdall and Loki would kill each other. Surt would then spread his fire across the 9 worlds. Everything would burn. The world tree would shake. The stars would fall from the sky. The sea would swallow the land. And then the sea would rise again, green and renewed. The earth would emerge from the water, covered with unsown fields already growing grain. The survivors would emerge, some gods who had survived, the children of the fallen gods, humans who had sheltered in the world tree through the burning. A new world, built on the ashes of the old one. This is what makes Ragnarok unlike the apocalypse of any other mythology. It is not simply an ending, it is a cycle. The world ends and the world begins again. The darkness is real and the destruction is total, and the things that are lost cannot be recovered. Odin is gone and Thor and Freyr and all the others. But something continues, something new. The Norse did not build their civilization in ignorance of its ending. They built it knowing exactly how it ended. They feasted and made art and told stories and sailed impossible distances and forged extraordinary swords and carved extraordinary ships and wrote extraordinary poems in the certain knowledge that the wolf was out there chasing the sun across the sky, and that one day he would catch it. This is the quality that makes the Norse world unlike any other. Not the violence, not the exploration, not the ships or the swords or the mythology. The acceptance, the recognition that everything ends, and the choice to live beautifully anyway. A winter night in a Viking longhouse. The fire has been burning since morning. It burns low now. Not the roaring blaze of the cooking hours when the women worked over it, and the smoke rose thick to the thatch above, and the smell of meat and barley broth filled the longhouse from end to end. It burns low and steady, the way a fire burns when it has been tended all day and knows its business, the log settling into embers that glow deep red in the darkness. Outside, the wind has been building since mid-afternoon. You could hear it changing, the quality of the sound shifting from the ordinary wind of a Norse winter afternoon to something with more intention in it, more purpose. The snow began at dusk, fine and horizontal, driving against the longhouse walls with a sound like something being persistently insisted upon. Inside, none of this matters very much. The walls are thick. The longhouse has been built for exactly this. For exactly this kind of winter. By people who knew exactly what this kind of winter was capable of. The timber frame is heavy, the walls packed with insulating material, the thatch deep enough to hold the warmth in and the wind out. The longhouse does not merely shelter from the winter. It argues with it. It interposes between the people inside and the cold outside something that is more than physical structure. A statement of human persistence. A declaration that winter would do what it would do, and the people within would continue regardless. The benches along the walls are lined with furs. The cattle are housed in the byre at the far end of the longhouse, separated by a partial wall from the living area, their warmth adding to the warmth of the fire, their sounds, the occasional shift and stamp and soft exhalation of large animals in the dark, a familiar and reassuring presence in the background of the night. The children are already asleep, 2 of them, tucked into a sleeping space at the edge of one of the benches, deep in the heavy sleep of children who have been outside most of the day and eaten their fill and been warm for hours. The youngest is breathing with the complete unconsciousness of the very young. The long, slow breath in, the long, slow breath out. The small body perfectly still beneath the fur covering. The adults are gathered at the fire end of the house, not talking much now. The conversation of the earlier evening, the day's work reviewed, the livestock accounted for, the small negotiations and observations of a household moving through its winter routines has settled into a comfortable silence. The kind that only exists between people who know each other so completely that silence requires no explanation or management. Someone reaches out and feeds another piece of wood to the fire without being asked. The fire responds. The light shifts, the shadows move up the walls and across the rafters where the smoked fish and the dried herbs and the tools not in current use are stored in the darkness above. The oldest person in the longhouse, a man of perhaps 60, which is genuinely old in the Norse world, old enough that his age commands a specific respect, begins, without announcement, to speak. not to anyone in particular, to the fire perhaps, to the house, to the winter outside that is listening from beyond the walls. He tells a story. It is a story about the old times, about a hero, about a battle, about a ship and a sea and a feat of courage or cleverness that ended with the hero triumphant and the enemy defeated and the treasure recovered and the woman saved, or some combination of these things in some order that the story made satisfying and inevitable, even though you knew it was coming. His voice is not loud. It doesn't need to be. The longhouse is not large. The people in it are already as close to sleep as to waking. The story moves through the air of the longhouse like the firelight moves through the air, present everywhere, touching everything, warming by proximity. Outside, the wind drives the snow against the walls. Inside, the fire burns low and steady, and the old man tells his story, and the winter passes around the longhouse the way the ocean passes around a ship, present, powerful, and in the end, unable to reach what is protected inside. The end of the Viking Age. The Viking Age ended, as most things end, not in a single dramatic moment, but through a gradual accumulation of changes that, looked at from a sufficient distance, resolved into something that could be called an ending. The conventional date is 1066, the year of the Battle of Stamford Bridge, in which the English king Harold Godwinson defeated the Norse invasion of Harald Hardrada, the last great Viking king, the Varangian guardsman turned Norwegian ruler who was the last person to seriously attempt the conquest of England through Norse military power. Harald Hardrada died at Stamford Bridge with an arrow through his throat. His army was destroyed. The Norse claim to England died with him. 3 weeks later, William the Conqueror arrived from Normandy and fought Harold at Hastings. Harold died. England became Norman. The Normans were themselves Norse, Northmen, the descendants of Norse settlers who had been given land in northern France in the early 10th century and had, in 3 generations, adopted French language and French culture while retaining the military effectiveness and the maritime skill of their Norse ancestors. The conquest of England in 1066 was, in a sense, a second Norse conquest. A conquest by Norsemen so thoroughly transformed by 3 generations of French culture that they were no longer recognizable as Norse. But the changes that ended the Viking Age were older and deeper than 1066. Christianity. The conversion of Scandinavia to Christianity, beginning in Denmark in the early 10th century and reaching Norway and Sweden over the following 100 years, transformed the Norse world and its foundations. The old religion had shaped everything: the rituals, the burial practices, the relationship to the dead, the mythology that gave meaning to the world. As Christianity replaced it, the social structures built on the old religion changed with it. The kings, Harald Fairhair's consolidation of Norway in the late 9th century began a process that transformed Scandinavian politics over the following 2 centuries. The gradual replacement of the chieftain-based, thing-centered political system with something that looked more like the centralized kingdoms of the rest of Europe. As kings accumulated power and established more effective control over their territories, the conditions that had produced the Viking Age, the surplus young men with no farms to inherit, the weak central authority that made raiding the only available career for an ambitious man with a longship, began to change. The defenses, the cultures that the Norse had raided learned. Monasteries built walls, kingdoms built feared, systems of rapid military response that could meet a Norse raid before it withdrew. The element of surprise that had made the first raids so devastating became harder to achieve as the decades passed, and the people of Britain and France and Ireland became more experienced at recognizing and responding to the Norse threat. But the end of the Viking Age was not the end of the Norse people. Iceland continued. Its parliament continued. Its literary culture, the great era of saga writing, was just beginning as the Viking Age itself ended. The Icelanders of the 13th century, sitting in their farmhouses, writing down the stories of the raids and the settlements and the discoveries of 3 centuries earlier, were doing something that would outlast every kingdom of the Viking Age. They were making the stories permanent, and the Norse people continued, transformed. The descendants of the Norse settlers of Britain became English and Scottish and Irish. The descendants of the Norse settlers of Normandy became Norman and then French. The descendants of the Norse settlers of Russia became, in time, Russian. The genetic inheritance of the Norse Age is distributed across the North Atlantic and Europe in proportions that are still being mapped and still being understood. They did not disappear. They became everything else. The last light. The north moving toward night. The sun is moving towards the horizon. In the Norse world, in the latitude of Norway or Iceland or the Danelaw, this is an event with a different quality than it has anywhere further south. The sun in the north takes its time with the horizon, lingers, rests, produces a quality of light in the hour before it finally descends that has no equivalent in any warmer climate. The sky is the color of cold amber. The fjord below has gone from the grey of the afternoon to a deep pewter that catches and holds the last light in long horizontal reflections. The mountains across the water are already dark, their reflection doubling the darkness below. On the shore, a longship has been drawn up above the tide line. It rests on the rollers that were used to launch and recover it, its hull dark with tar, its single mast bare. The dragon prow faces the water with the patience of something that has crossed oceans and expects to cross more. The ropes securing the sail are coiled with the neatness of a crew that does these things correctly because they have been taught that the alternative is ropes that tangle at the worst possible moment. A fire has been lit on the shore. Not a large fire. A fire for warmth and for light as the evening comes in, built from driftwood collected along the tide line, wood that has come from somewhere, carried by the ocean from a coast whose name nobody on this shore knows. The driftwood burns with small blue and green flames where the salt has colored the fire, a Norse fire doing what Norse fires always did, finding beauty in what the ocean provided. The children who have been on the shore all afternoon are moving toward the fire, drawn by the warmth and the light and the instinct that knows, even in a child, that as the darkness increases, the fire becomes the center of the world. Somewhere above the mountains, barely visible through the darkening sky, the aurora has begun. Not the dramatic curtains of green and violet that the winter sky will show in a few months. Those will come when the nights are longer and the darkness deeper. Just the suggestion of it, a faint shimmer at the edge of vision that might be cloud and might be something else. Something moving against the movement of the ordinary sky. The Norse called the aurora the northern lights, the same thing everyone calls it. But they had other names too, in different contexts, reflecting the different things they understood it to be. The light of dead warriors' shields. The path of the Valkyries riding across the sky. The fire from Muspelheim. Glimpse through the veil between the worlds. They were not wrong, not in the way that matters. They were looking at light in the sky that no one had explained to them, and they were asking the same question that everyone asks when confronted with something beautiful and inexplicable. What is this? And they were answering it the only way available to them. With imagination, with story, with the same narrative instinct that had given them the world tree and the 9 worlds and Odin hanging from the branches in the dark. The fire burns on the shore. The aurora shivers above the mountains. The longship rests on its rollers, patient as only a well-made thing can be patient, waiting for the tide and the crew and the next horizon. The children have gathered at the fire now, and from somewhere, from inside the longhouse behind the shore, its windows lit with the warm amber of the inside fire, comes the sound of a voice. An old voice, a storytelling voice, the voice of the person who remembers, who has been remembering in this place and in this language and in this tradition for longer than anyone living can trace, who will go on remembering until the last Norse word is spoken, and the last Norse name is carved in stone, and the last longship is lost in water too deep for finding. The children move toward the sound. The fire burns. The aurora moves above the mountains like a slow green tide, and the night comes in from the sea, as it always has, as it always will. The particular Norse night, dense with stars and cold and full of stories that have been told for so long they have become simply the way the world is understood. Let your body become heavy now, the good heavy, the heavy of a person who's been somewhere extraordinary and carried it home in their chest. Your hands are warm and still. Your breathing is slow, very slow. The fire on the shore is burning down to embers. The aurora is still moving above the mountain. The voice from inside the longhouse has found its rhythm. The slow, steady rhythm of a story that knows where it is going and is in no hurry to arrive. Let yourself go with it, in and out. The longship on the shore, the stars above Midgard, the world tree breathing in the dark. Sleep now. You are safe here. You are held. Let the north carry you into rest, into stillness, into the deep, soft dark of sleep. Good night. Sleep well. And if you find yourself in that soft space between waking and dreaming, standing on a shore somewhere cold and beautiful, with a dark sea before you and a dark forest behind, and a ship resting on the rollers above the tide line, its dragon prow facing the horizon. Don't be afraid. The ship knows the way. It always has. Good night. From Dreamy Night Facts, the gentle learning channel, where history becomes rest, and rest becomes something you carry with you, always.